It's something that we need. We have to make the first strike and bring them to their knees. On their those who don't know, love them to see the leaves. War, it's just like a movie we've all seen before, in which there is a madman who wants to go to war. There's no one who can stop him. Will raise their hands for peace, and all the world will suffer. All the world will bleed. Another war, another war, another war. This is a cry for peace, a prayer for peace, a plea for peace. Peace, peace. Stop the killing. Save the children. Love each other. Peace and love. Here we go again. Here we go again. Here we go again. Here we go again. Go again. Here we go again. Oh, this life is a sad word. But how can we be safer? When the world's gone up in flames, in flames, gone up in flames, and little kids are starving, gone to an early grave, and all the soldiers fighting will never be the same. Oh, this is a cry for peace, a prayer for peace, a plea for peace. Peace, peace. Stop the killing. Save the children. Love each other.
Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. I hope you guys are all having a good night. Thanks for being here with me. My internet connection is cutting in and out, so if I disappear, that is why. I'm glad to see everybody come in though, and thank you to Brand at the yep, there it goes, I think. The link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody who wants to come up and join. The link is pinned. Might be repeating myself. I might be talking to myself. I'm not sure sometimes.
I hear you.
Thanks, Brad. All
And
right.
other than a few little chops, you're fine.
Okay, great. All right.
Message
Well,
received.
we're going to and I might restart. I might try restarting my computer. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and pull up one more video. Bran, I think you have the next one. It is by Tosi Reacts. That introduction song was by Doorways into Music with Unshackled Spirit. And that was a collaboration they did, A Cry for Peace. All right.
You read yesterday's news, 'cause today's just scares you. Thinks of yesterday's blue, 'cause today's just far too grim, and it grows on, it grows, and I see him down in the morning, laying blind with no warning. Seen him running through the night, through the follies, enemies inside, and it grows on, it grows. I'm learning how to walk, learning how to take my time. Oh, the angels take him away and lay his body 6 feet beneath clay, and it grows on, it grows. I see him burn in the dust, see him falling through the shadows, shed a tear in his cheek rusts. Seen him falling through the shadows, and it grows on, it grows, and I'm learning how to walk, learning how to take my time. All the angels take him away and lay had to kill. Maybe he may learn to walk. Maybe he may learn to take his time. Maybe he may learn to walk. Maybe I learn to take my time.
All right. I am in on my phone, so we'll see how this works out for a second. I'm restarting my computer, so it's going to be kind of weird for a minute. All right, Bran, if you can send me the links that were in the backstage chat, if you can repost those in the chat, that would be great. That was a song from Toasty Reacts, and he is amazing. Go and check him out. Not only, obviously, is he a great musician, but he also does reaction videos. So you guys can go and check out those as well. See if you catch him live. All right, the next song is from Mafra. And Bran, if you can put that link in there, then I will get things going here. And I can pull it up. It seems like it's working a little bit better now. And thank you to Algo for being willing to come up. And Brad, if you're able to come back up, you're obviously more than welcome. All right. This next song is from an artist that I haven't shared here before. Her name is Mafra, and she's amazing. I think I first heard her on Anti-Stream. And this is her latest song in just a second called Unethical. Listen to these lyrics, and her voice is just absolutely amazing. All right. Thanks for rolling with everything, everybody, and thanks for being here. All right, here we go.
Vertigo in your arms. 1 second you hate me, then it's false alarm. That's just what you always do every time. Watch me when I break and say it's paradise. Set my body aflame. Lock me up and close the door when it rains. Maybe it's my fault I put you up so high. Darling, I think you can make the devil cry. And I've been waiting for the sunset, waiting on a sorry, but you're never sorry, are you? No, you don't even care. How can you stand and watch while I'm breaking all my bones, trying to hold you close? Got my heart right out of my body, tearing off my skin just to let you in. Isn't it a bit unethical? Got me on my knees, have you any mercy? Every time you hurt me, baby, tell me, have I not given you enough? If you ever love me, let me go. I don't know what it is, got me wrapped around your cold fingertips. Maybe it's my fault I can't walk away. Maybe I just started feeling a little shame. Oh, I've been waiting on the sunset, waiting on a sorry, but you're never sorry, are you? No, you don't even care. How can you stand and watch while I'm breaking all my bones, trying to hold you close? Got my heart right out my body, tearing off my skin just to let you in. Isn't it a bit unethical? Got me on my knees, have you any mercy? Every time you hurt me, baby, tell me, have I not given you enough?
All right. Isn't she amazing? Not scary. Not scary. I saw that comment. She's incredible. Her voice is phenomenal. And love that song as well. All right. I think that things are working smoothly now over here. Let me know in the chat, or I guess, Brad, if you guys want to let me know if you can hear me okay. That'd be great.
I hear you just fine, and my computer froze, and I had to do a hard reboot. So
Oh, maybe I'm not alone in this
I'm back
then.
here.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. All right. I know I missed a ton of people coming in. Thanks to everybody for being here. I saw you, Nosy. Yeah, and it's not even going to regenerate the chat for me either. So I missed it. Sorry, guys. I'll have to go back and check it out later. Sir Bruce, much love to you. Thank you to all my mods who are slinging links on YouTube and on Rumble. Appreciate you guys. Tate, I know I saw Anti. Thanks for being here. Okay. And I think you guys might be getting a little bit of an echo from me. Let me know, but I'll fix that in a second. Hey, Lowry, welcome up. Thanks for coming.
Oh,
Prepper
hey.
101, good to
That
see
was
you.
fast.
Billy. Yeah. All right. Thanks to everyone coming in. Jorge, good to see you. And Daryl, much love. Okay, just catching up here in the chat. Good to see everybody. If you would consider sharing this out, either on YouTube or on Rumble, it's very much appreciated, especially since I started at a later time and have been kind of here off and on. We're still in the moving process. We will be for about another month. So prayers are appreciated because it's crazy. Mater, good to see you. All right, Brad, do you want to start us off? Bon, much love to you.
I certainly will. I'll give it my best shot here.
Good to see you, Spawn. I saw you come in earlier.
Hopefully everything cooperates over here as well.
Yeah.
Figured I can't go wrong starting off with a little Depeche, so.
Never.
Condemnation, try here on the stand with the book in my hand and truth on my side. Accusations, lies. Hand me my sentence, I'll show no repentance. I'll suffer with pride. If for honesty you want apologies, I don't sympathize. For kindness you substitute blindness. Please open your eyes. Condemnation. Why? Because my duty was always to beauty, and that was my crime. Feel elation. To know I can trust this fix of injustice time after time. If purity has maturity, well, it's no surprise. If for kindness you substitute blindness, please open your eyes. go.
That was awesome, Brad. And always a good choice to sing a Depeche cover. Loved it. Thank you. All right, I think I've got things more figured out over here. Scrambling per usual. Oh my goodness, what a way to kick things off tonight. Hey, JM, good to see you. I saw you come into the chat too. Glad you came up and joined us. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. And I agree with your comment in chat. Brad is so talented.
Oh, yeah. Not just singing, but like putting these karaoke tracks together. He's putting emphasis on the right parts of the songs. Like, wow.
Good
Always
to see you, Marsha. Yeah, he's incredible. I agree. And he has his fan club over on Rumble, you know?
And actually, I broke down and I joined Rumble, so I'm over there.
Awesome.
So
Good. You know, I mean, I know you're on Twitch. It's good to have those alternate platforms, you know? Backups, if nothing else, for censorship and such. Okay, I think I caught up here in the chat. All right, Ray, are you ready to go next? Have a good night, Nosy. Much love to you. And I do see everybody over on Rumble. I know I've shared links, but I haven't had a chance to get into the chat there. But I'm glad you're all here. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you all. Ray, you are muted in StreamYard, so if you're saying something, we are not hearing you.
All righty. Yeah.
There we go. I had a feeling.
Ready.
All right.
I need to do this. I think you guys have already heard this here on this channel. This is I Choose You by Teddy Swims and Miley Cyrus.
Yeah. That's great.
You said, Indy, that you like Teddy Swims, but not so much Miley Cyrus.
Right.
All good, but we're going to do it again. And I do have a new original one after this.
All right. Love it. And Daryl, thanks for coming up.
On my next round.
Perfect.
Here we go.
Okay.
I Choose You, Miley Cyrus and Teddy Swims. This is a duet with me and my wife. I still feel you here, even when the world moves on. Every shadow, every whisper reminds me I'm not gone. Walked 1,000 roads, felt the weight of all my choices. Tried to numb the ache inside, but your voices and my quiet noises. Every street, every lonely town leads me back where you are now. I know I made mistakes, I know I've caused you pain, but if I could rewind, I'd do it all again. I choose you again. Through every storm, through every tear, through every thought, I'll hold you close, never let go. Even when the world says no, I choose you again. I choose you, I do. No one else could ever feel like you. I've been walls around my heart, hoping they keep the hurt away. But your shadow dances on the edges, no matter what I say. Every night, every lonely fight, I hear your whispers in the quiet light. I know it's been so hard, I know the pain runs deep, but my heart keeps coming back. Even when I try to sleep, I choose you again. Through every storm, through every tear, through every thought, hold you close, never let go. Even when the world says no, I choose you again. I choose you, I do. No one else could ever feel like you. If I could take your pain, I would. Carry every burden if I could. I'd take the dark, I'd chase the night, just to keep you in my life. I've lost my way, but not my soul. You're the part of me that makes me whole. I've cried rivers, I've burned bridges, but your love always pulls me back. Through the chaos, through the silence, your heart is the only trap. I've been broken, I've been torn, but with you, I'm reborn. I choose you again, through every storm, through every tear, through every storm. I'll hold you close, never let go. Even when the world says no, I choose you again. I choose you, I do. No one else could ever feel like you. I choose you again. I choose you. Oh, I choose you again.
All righty. And
I
there
love
you
it, Ray.
go.
That
There
was
you
great.
have it. I choose you.
Yeah, really well done. And I love that you and your wife sing together. So sweet. Daryl, go ahead and say something. I think we're getting some kind of wonkiness from you.
Hold on a second. I didn't set up my mic yet. 1 second.
Yep. Yeah. Thanks, Daryl. All right. Awesome, Ray. Good to see you, Blue. Hi, Yorak.
You.
Good to see you here. Okay. Yeah, right. I hope heaven is like this song. Aw, it's sweet. Good to see you, Cheryl. Thanks for coming in. Oh, see now, Sia. I like her.
Hope this is better. Should be
Yeah,
better.
that's great.
That was
My
lovely,
friend.
by the way.
There we go. Yeah, nice. It was. All right. Okay. Let's see. I think Lowry that you were next. I might have had that wrong. Maybe the JM next? I can't remember who came in first.
Oh,
Which one do you want? I don't care.
Lowry
All
was
right.
for sure.
Okay. That's what I thought. I was like, oh, I think it got out of order there. All right, Lowry, you are all set.
Hi. How are you guys?
Hey, how's it going?
Man, it's hot. It's hot in the ocean.
Yeah.
It's hot.
What's the temperature there when you say hot? Because I know when I say hot, people laugh. What's the temperature here?
It was about 92, but sticky. But I'm not complaining, man. I'm not complaining. We're just like you. We're just moving into a new place. So
yes, I heard that. That's awesome.
Yeah, kind of hectic. But I was able to get like a makeshift studio up and running, and so we're gonna try it out tonight.
Yes,
And
fantastic. Glad you're here.
yeah, dude, you know what happens when you move? It's like you think it's gonna be easy, and then even the stuff, we didn't have a lot of stuff because what happened to us. But I was like, man, we still acquired a bunch of shit in the last year, and I don't know where to put it.
100%. Totally
And then
understand.
you keep shuffling it around. You move it to different rooms, and then you're like, wait, don't move it there because we're gonna have to move it again, and then you triple the amount of work.
Right.
So I'm not like trying to like doom and
Yes.
gloom on your move, but like
No, you're fine. I know we're already in the midst of it, so and we've moved a lot. But the same thing, we moved a year ago, and it's like, how have we acquired so much more crap in 1 year?
Well, and the
It's
worst
out of
thing to
control.
do
It's endless, I
is
guess.
to move and then get rid of something.
Right, because then you need it.
Yes.
Like
'Cause
Murphy
you-
saw
well,
you.
No, I mean you use space in the moving van. You took the effort to load it up, to move it, only to then get rid of it. And you should have
Yes.
gotten rid of
Oh, I
it so
see
you
what you're
didn't
saying,
have to
yes.
move it.
And
Yes,
then
that's what we've been mostly working on actually, is purging. So I've always preached about buy nothing, but we've been, gifting a ton of stuff on buy nothing, and I'm really having my kids go through all of their, well, first of all, like clothing and things like that, because you guys know with kids, like, they outgrow stuff so quickly. But then toys and things that they don't really play with, and trying to minimize what we're moving when it comes time. Yeah,
And then you
Brad
get
knows,
to the
right, Algo?
house. You get to the house you're moving into, and there's stuff in there, and then you have to decide what stuff is useful and what stuff you have to throw out, which is also weird.
Yeah.
That's weird. You're like, dude, we could use this, man. There's like a case of light bulbs here, man. And then you find out the light bulbs don't fit anything in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, whatever.
Right.
Brad, I was thinking about this one's for you, buddy. I saw that Evan Dondo did a concert recently in like 2025, like a rare live. He wasn't very good, but he was still funny.
Mm-hmm.
So for those of you who don't know Evan Dondo from Lemonheads, he kind of just sort of shows up and plays. He doesn't really care about the performance. He's just like more of a character at this point.
Well, he's been living in Brazil for a while, and he's been releasing videos of him like in a stairwell,
just playing in a stairwell,
running through songs randomly.
Oh, I mean, I always liked the guy. It's just like the dude does not. He's like, I actually like his songs, right? But it's just like, dude, if you just sort of practice, just one practice before the show, you would just blow the place away. But instead, it's a comedy act for him at this point in time, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, this is from the Lemonheads. This is called Hospital.
Nice.
There's a disease going round the hospital. Green, green leaves falling from the trees. There's a disease going round the hospital. Green, green leaves falling from the trees. You gotta run away. You gotta spin a web, yeah. You gotta stay out late. You gotta stay in bed. There's a disease going around the hospital. Green, green leaves falling from the trees. You gotta run away. You gotta spin a web. You gotta stay out late. You gotta stay in bed. Evan Dondo, everybody. Evan Dondo, Lemonheads.
I mean, he's an overachieving stoner.
Yes. Well done.
How was the volume and everything? I'm running two mics.
Sounded
Sounded really good.
Yeah, you did. You sounded great. I did notice in your settings that it has your automatically adjust volume on in StreamYard, but it sounded okay, so I didn't want to mess with it.
It did
Okay,
sound.
You sounded great.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it on then. So
Yeah. What did you think, JM? Did you think so?
I thought it sounded dialed in.
thank you
Okay,
very
perfect.
much. I'm gonna dig for some
And we
more
will
gems.
leave well enough alone.
Okay.
Right.
All right. I'll see you guys in a minute.
Yeah. Thanks, Lowry.
Yeah.
Hey, Michigan. Good to see you, brother. Much love to you. Hope things are going well. Glad to see everybody coming in. Thanks to everybody. I saw everybody who commented and said that they shared things out. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Oh, yeah. And then I saw about the temperatures too, you guys. Yeah, Cheryl, I feel you. We don't have AC. And here it's not that hot, but it feels hot with all the humidity. Good to see you, Johnny. Hope you're doing well. All right, the link is pinned for anybody else who wants to come up and join us. We're doing music the first half, and since it's a little bit later tonight, we had to get a late even later than we thought start. We are going to switch gears about 11:30 p.m. into conversation. Okay, JM, you're up next. Good to see you, Mountaintop.
I dropped a link in there for Bran.
Oh, perfect.
What I can do, even to give him some time, is just quick tell you it's a big shout out to Scars and Shadows. She's dropped this song, I Don't Know Where I Belong. And it just keeps playing in my head. And I'm out walking dogs and like I'm humming it, I'm singing it. And I'm like, you know what? I got to record it. So that's what I did. I didn't put any video to it other than just big shout out to Scars and Shadows. But I think it turned out great. And if I get enough encouragement, I might try to step it up and improve on it. It was kind of a dry run, but I think you'll like it.
Awesome. Okay. I will put that link into is it okay for me to share that link actually in the chat?
And I did it as unlisted, but as long as people have the link, they should be able to play it.
Awesome. All right. I will do that. An exclusive here on Indy After Dark.
That's right.
Love it, JM. All right. Let me go ahead and get this up. And do it like that. There we go. All right. Thanks, JM.
Till daylight, when I open my eyes, wondering how it all went wrong. So this breath that I take, filled with sadness, filled with hate, I don't know where I belong. There are angels next to me, trying to make me believe that in this life nothing bad goes on. And in these darker skies, bleeding in my eyes, well, I don't know where I belong. They bend, just like every friend if I ever had. Now they are gone. So the tears, they will fall like blood trickling down the wall. I don't know where I belong. There are angels next to me, trying to make me believe that in this life nothing bad goes on. And in these darker skies, bleeding in my eyes, well, I don't know where I belong. Faces everywhere, hindering my glare, blinding me with the sun. And I
darkness stripped away. Almost everything. I don't know where I belong. There are angels next to me, trying to make me believe that in this life nothing bad goes on. And in these darker skies, bleeding in my eyes, well, I don't know where I belong. There are angels next to me, trying to make me believe that in this life nothing bad goes on. And in these darker skies, bleeding in my eyes, well, I don't know where I belong. I don't know. I don't know where I belong. I don't know. I don't know where I belong. I don't know. I don't know where I belong. Don't know.
That was great, Jam. I loved it. I know chat did too.
Thanks,
Right?
Indy.
Very nice.
Blue Unicorn nailed it. He's like, yay, Scars and Shadows. Like, I love it when someone pumps out an original song that is so
Yeah, amazing. And she does it all the time, you know?
yeah.
Her songs are incredible. I love that so many people are doing collaborations in general, but with Scars and Shadows in particular, because there's so much talent out there, and I love it. I love hearing people, kind of add to things together. It's great. Yes, Jenna Way says this music is so soul hitting. Absolutely agreed. And good to see you, by the way. Right? Yay, Scars. Good to see you, Forge, and everybody else coming in. Much love to you all. Thanks for being here, everybody. Thanks for becoming a member, Spawn. Appreciate the support. I am hoping to do a members only stream sometime soonish. Things are, in flux over here all the time, so we'll see what it's going to be. But I will post it as soon as I know. Okay. All right. We're going to keep things moving here. I think that Daryl, you are up next.
Hey, hi there. Hello. Hi, everybody. Great show. Really enjoyed all the music so far. Everybody was great, and love your choices of the original people you found. That was amazing. Really excellent talent.
Thank you.
I really
Thanks, Daryl.
enjoyed it. Yeah, you have very taste. I think you do.
Thanks.
And I like your taste.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys are here for it. I kind of play a little bit of everything. I try, and I never get to share everything I want to because there's so much talent out there. But I'm thankful for all the musicians who put their music out there, and for all of you who come up and perform live. It's great.
Oh yeah,
Appreciate
that was great. Especially like that girl. I subbed everybody. You
Oh,
said to sub.
Mafra?
Yeah, she was fantastic. That's
yeah.
totally I love that kind of singing, and
Yeah,
I
she's
love her
phenomenal.
range. She was fantastic. She was great. All right, this is a little one. I hope you like this one. Oh wait, I have to just change one setting. That's it. I think that should be it. Okay, here we go. If you want me to stay, I'll be around today to be available for you to see. But I'm about to go, and then you'll know for me to stay here. I gotta be me. You'll never be in doubt. That's what it's all about. You can't take me for granted and smile. Count the days I'm gone. Forget reaching me by phone. Because I promise I'll be gone for a while. When you see me again, I hope that you have been the kind of person that you really are now. You got to get it straight. How could I ever be late when you're my woman, taking up my time? Oh, how could you ever allow? I guess I wonder how could you get out of pocket for fun? How? When you know that you're never number two, number one's gonna be number one. Oh, I'll be good. Oh, I wish I could get this message over to you now. When you see me again, I hope that you have been the kind of person that you really are now. Oh, I'll be so good. Oh, I wish I could get the message over to you now. Oh, yeah, I'm so good now. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Fantastic, Daryl. That was great.
Oh,
You always
thank
pick
you.
amazing songs.
Thank you so much. I really like that version. And it's short
Yeah,
and it's
that is
really
nice.
hot. It's a hot
Yeah.
version. I just really like
Short
the way
and
he played
sweet.
it. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I like it. Thank you so
Well
much.
Yeah.
done.
And
Yeah.
it gave me Edie Brickell vibes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
It was really
Yeah.
nice. Like almost, would you call it a swing type of genre?
Yeah, a little jazzy, swingy. Yeah.
Yeah, I really liked it.
I like the way he plays
Right?
it too. It's a little
Space
easier
Baby
to sing.
agreed. Dig the jazz vibe.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you, Space Baby. All right. Thanks for everybody coming in. Glad to see you all here. Thanks for all of you up here sharing your music. Loving it. Right, Bon? All right. Hey, XNYC. Good to see you. Got some people up and dancing, I see, Daryl. Okay, we're going to go ahead and pull up another video here. David Joshua has been putting out so much great music. I am amazed at how much he's able to put out that's just really high quality. And it is so difficult to choose a song of his each week to share. But I heard this during one of his live streams, and it was an older song of his that I had not heard before, and it just really hit me. And it was a kind of a cool moment in the chat too. I think it kind of hit all of us in a special way. So we're gonna go ahead and pull up this one, even though it's not one of the greatest and latest. It is an amazing song, and I just love it. This is David Joshua's "Mended." Here we go.
And when your eyes fade away from mine, I will try my best to hold the line. And when your hand grips mine so tight, I will do my best to fight. Take me below. Ain't that where all the good ones go? For we all know this realm is already reaches out to my shores, will I then meet the one I adore? Yeah. Take us below. Ain't that where all the good ones go? For we all know this realm is already owned.
Absolutely
Nice.
amazing, right? Sounds
That was really
incredible as
interesting.
always, but those lyrics just hit really hard. I love it. Yeah, really well done. Lily, it's good to see you. And Eugene, I saw that you came back in. Tony, good to see you. Anthony, glad you're here. Much love to you. Appreciate you guys all coming in. And we are just kicking off a new rotation. So, Brad, that's back to you.
All right, I was talking to my friends in Rumble about how I was going to do Lemonheads because of Lowry, but then anytime a song, every
Welcome in,
song
Nameless.
before it's my turn, it runs the risk of making me change it. So I'm changing my
Right? I
song.
love that. I love that you do that.
Gotta go with this one.
All right, all set.
I went out walking through streets paved with stone. Lifted some stones, saw the skin and bones of a city without a soul. I went out walking under an atomic sky, where the ground won't turn, the rain it burns like the tears when I said goodbye. Yeah, I went with nothing, nothing but the thought of you. I went wandering. I went drifting through the capitals of tin, where men can't walk or freely talk, and sons turn their fathers in. I stopped outside a church house where the citizens like to sit. They say they want the kingdom, but they don't want God in it. I went out riding down that old 8 lane. I passed by 1,000 signs looking for my own name. I went with nothing but the thought you'd be there too, looking for you. I went out there in search of experience, to taste and to touch and to feel as much as a man can before he repents. I went out searching, looking for one good man, a spirit who would not bend or break, who would sit at his father's right hand. I went out walking with the Bible and a gun. The word of God lay heavy on my heart. I was sure I was the one. Now Jesus, don't you wait up. Jesus, I'll be home soon. Yeah, I went out for the papers, told her I'd be back by noon. Yeah, I left with nothing but the thought you'd be there too, looking for you. Yeah, I left with nothing but the thought of you. I went wandering.
Strumming your chihuahua?
I mean, you have to.
I would call it doggo guitar when he does that.
I mean, it's just a good way to kind of keep the time, and she likes it.
So. Right? Somebody commented that's a happy fur baby. Absolutely. Yeah, good. Sounding great.
I mean, it's funny because when I start singing,
welcome in, Brenda.
From the other room, she comes in and paws at me, like, pick me up. I'm like, okay. So.
Right? That puppy is loving it. Right, Cheryl? That's great. Thanks, Brad. That was awesome. Playing that dog like a banjo. All right. Love it. Okay. We're going to keep things going. Let's see. I think we have Ray up next. And Ray, I think you said you were doing an original next, right? And you were muted on StreamYard. And hi to everybody over on Rumble. I appreciate you guys all being here. I think I finally got in hellos to everybody. Nice. Have fun with that puff puff pass, Spawn.
Yes, Andy, as long
There we
as
go.
I do my song right now, I'm good with that.
All right, you're all set.
Alrighty. One moment. Let me get my thing straight here.
The pups accord. I like that jam.
What the hell? Really? Okay, well. All right. This probably ain't gonna go as I want, but
Roll with it.
I am who I am. You made me this. I'm no longer the man I used to be. Your twisted lies, using and abuse, caused me to be who I am. Just looking for handouts to make yourself feel better. You keep the score, but I feel the weather. I am who I am. You make me bad. I am who I am. Who I am. You took the best of me. What makes you any better than those you use? You wore your halo thin, then broke it on my name. Each time you needed shelter, you lit me up for flame. Now every word you throw comes back like broken glass. I learned the shape of hurt, and I learned it fast. Just looking for handouts to make yourself feel better. Keep the score, but I feel the weather. I am who I am. You make me bad. I am who I am. Who I am. You took the best of me. What makes you any better than those you use? I won't carry a clean face for the thing you did in the dark. You pointed my scars, but you left every mark. Say it one more time. Say I was the one. But the truth stays here when the damage is done. I am who I am. You made me that. I am who I am. Who I am. I'm still here, still standing. What makes you any better than those you use? Than those you use.
That was awesome, Ray. I love that.
Sorry.
Whoop. That was great. Sounded awesome.
It is an original that I wrote. It's still in a karaoke stage. I do plan to play the music and whatnot myself, but
Yeah, I loved it. That was awesome. I really enjoyed that. You sounded really great on it too.
well,
Thanks, Ray.
it's technically a song to my son as well as some online friends. But
All right. Always a story behind the song, right?
yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Right? That's like being called bra. You know what I mean?
Bra.
Everyone's bra or bro. It's a thing, trust me. Johnny, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. And thank you also to Algo, who gifted memberships over on Rumble earlier. Very much appreciate it, you guys. Thanks. Nuke, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you all being here. All right, Lowry, you're up next.
I have this. I've been told that I get instant cred for this hat in the South. Can you see it?
Let me get you on full screen so we can see you here. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, some Bass Pro.
Oh, yeah. Bass Pro Shop. Yep.
Yeah, so if I wear it, nobody messes with me. Like this Yankee over here, he's got a Bass Pro Shop. That's cool.
Good to see you, Imir. Welcome in. I want to take my kids bowling there. They have a great bowling alley up the one by us.
Apparently, they have a swimming pool with fish in it that some people take.
Oh, yeah, they have a big. I don't know about a swimming pool, but they have a big like aquarium. People go and take pictures. It's like, you know, did you guys ever have Rainforest Cafe?
Yeah, we had that here.
Yes. Oh,
it's kind of. I mean, it's not the same, but it's kind of. It has that like Disney-esque quality to it, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have the right audience, any aquarium is a pool, I guess. You know?
Right? We have the reflecting pool that's a pool now too in DC. I'm just saying.
I heard it's full of algae.
You know, I've heard Trump's getting flack for that, but like it's happened to everybody. Whenever it's cleaned out, it just gets crappy again.
Yeah.
From what I understand. Brew, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Much love to you. I agree, Jam. Lowry rocks. All right, go for it, Lowry.
I was gonna say we have a koi pond that we have to get rid of in the front yard because it's too. I love the fish, and but it attracts bugs, and yes, it turns green and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I want to do another cover. I was going to say something. I think it's important to because I spent 20 years doing original music, out there touring around and doing stuff. And I really like your show because you, as a songwriter, I didn't do a lot of covers. And I like to do covers because it kind of resets me. And I really like your show for that because you let me just do whatever I can come up with, even if I, F it up.
Well, we love your originals, but I like when you go with themes and get on kind of sometimes create your own themes.
Dude, I've gotten a whole catalog just from your show over the last 2 years that I can play now out live, and it's super fun. Anyway, I'll keep that brief. Yeah.
JM says, "Can I have some more of what Lowry's got?"
I'll get to that. I'll do that one later if we have time.
Perfect.
Looks like
Good call.
But this is another cover.
All right.
Drink up, baby, stay up all night with the things you could do. You won't but your mind, your potential you'll be that you'll never see. The promises you'll only make. Drink up with me now and forget all about the pressure of days and do what I say, and I'll make you okay and drive them away. The the images stuck in your head. People you've been before that you don't want around anymore, that push and shove and won't bend to your will. I'll keep them still. Drink up, baby, look at the stars. I kiss you again between the bars when I'm seeing you there with your hands in the air, waiting to finally be caught. Drink up one more time and I'll make you mine and keep you apart deep in my heart. Separate from the rest when I like you the best and keep the things you forgot. People you've been before that you don't want around anymore, they push and shove and won't bend to your will. I'll keep them still. That was Elliott Smith.
I like that. That was great.
Thank you.
It's too short. I was like just getting relaxed into it, you know?
Oh, maybe there was another verse here? Oh, hold on. No, there wasn't.
I don't know. Yeah, it was great.
Thank you. A little
Thanks,
Elliott Smith.
Lowry.
If you guys don't know Elliott Smith, he's a worth checking out. It's kind of a tragic story, but his songs are good. Songs are good. So there you go.
Yeah.
Kind of a tragic story.
It was a tragedy, like straight up tragedy, like getting stabbed 17 times in the chest or however many times it was.
Yeah,
It was just bad news.
it was like 30 something, and it's like, how do you? At what point is it enough? Yeah.
There's a deeper story in that. We won't cover it now. Maybe on the later nights on a members only chat, we'll talk about the Elliott Smith story.
There we go. Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you.
All right. Ray, thanks again for coming up. I saw you said you had to take off and you're listening. Much love to you. Thanks for being here. Like it when you join in. All right. Good to see everybody coming in lawfully. Much love to you. Thanks for coming in. Oh, I love it. Spawn said, stop dead what I was doing after my call to these lyrics. Beautiful. That's great. Music can do that, right? Okay, JM. Oh, it's no longer up here. Jam, I didn't see when you dipped out. But much love to you. Thanks for coming up. I'm glad you shared that song with us. That was great. I hope you're going to continue doing more things like that, either with Scars and Shadows or others. I thought that was awesome. Okay, so hang on one second. And sorry, I missed you leaving, JM. I'm juggling over here per usual. All right, so Daryl, then you are next. And the link is pinned for any other musicians or singers who want to come up to perform live or to have your music shared. You can pull up videos to share too if you want to come up and tell us about them. All right. I did see a question in the chat earlier. Somebody was asking if the music is live. By now, you've probably figured out that everybody up on panel who's singing is obviously performing live. But then I'm also sharing different indie musicians and videos from them. So those are not live, but we're playing them here. So you guys get to hear some great music and hopefully go and show support. Oh, Eugene is asking, I think, for a request. If anyone wants to sing The One I Love by R.E.M. Of course, Brad knows all R.E.M.
I'm sure Brad knows it. Brad will do it.
Yep.
I wish I knew it. I would have done it for you.
I'm glad you're here still, JM. Joni, I missed you coming in. Much love to you. Thanks for being here. Good to see you. And welcome back, Bon. Moobs are in the house.
Oh.
All right. Okay. Hey, Toasted. Good to see you here.
I think, okay, hold on. All right. Where am I here? I think I'm going to do a song from Guys and Dolls. Why not do a musical, right?
Yeah, I always love musicals.
All right.
The people who come to the backstage speakeasy know that about me.
Oh, yeah, good. I love them too. I really do. I love them.
I found that there are a lot of people that don't, and it always surprises me because I grew up, I was in musical theater, just through my church and like the local community and stuff.
Oh, great.
Yeah, but
I love it.
And then a thespian in high school. And so I really enjoy all of that so much. And I'm just surprised when people, we all grew up with Disney, right?
Sorry.
That's musicals. I'm always surprised when people
Disney's
don't
a
like them.
musical. I love them. I just
I
love.
know
I
they're
love hearing them. I love singing them. I just think they're fun. Anyway, this is from Guys and Dolls. I actually played this part when I was 14 years old in a summer camp, and I had a cold
oh.
through the whole run. I was sick, and it was perfect for the part because she had a cold. And this is her song, Adelaide's Lament. I hope you like it. Okay. It says here, the average unmarried female, basically insecure, due to some long frustrations, may react with psychosomatic symptoms, difficult to endure, affecting the upper respiratory tract. In other words, just from waiting around for that plain little band of gold, a person can develop a cold. You can spray her wherever you figure the streptococci like. You can give her a shot for whatever she's got, but it just won't work. If she's tired of getting the fisheye from the hotel clerk, a person can develop a cold. It says here, the female remaining single, just in the legal sense, shows a neurotic tendency to, C note, chronic organic syndromes, toxic or hypertense, involving the eye, the ear, the nose, and the throat. In other words, just from wondering whether the wedding is on or off, a person can develop a cough. You can fill her all day with the vitamin A and the bromo fizz, but the medicine never gets anywhere near where the trouble is. If she's getting a kind of a name for herself and the name ain't his, a person can develop a cough. And furthermore, just from stalling the wedding trip, a person can develop la grippe. When they get on the train for Niagara and she can hear church bells chime, the compartment is air conditioned and the mood sublime. Then they get off at Saratoga for the 14th time. A person can develop la grippe, la post-nasal drip, with the wheezes and the sneezes and a sinus that's really a pip. From the lack of community property and a feeling she's getting too old, a person can develop a bad cold. Oh God, oh no. Achoo! Oh, sorry. Excuse me. All right.
That was fantastic, Daryl.
That was fun.
You're amazing. Yeah, really fun.
Thank you.
I love when you get into character and sing. It's really great.
It's
You
such
have
a
an
stretch
amazing-
for me, right? That accent and everything. It's just so difficult, right?
Right.
It's like my second, my inner child or my outer adult. I forget which one.
Right. Well,
My
you
outer
both are
adult.
welcome.
Thank you.
That was great, Daryl. Thank you. And everybody over on Rumble, just so you know, was shouting you out and saying how much they loved it too. So you've got some competition, Brad. I'm just saying.
Hey, I know it. I mean, if I'm going to have competition, I'm glad it's Daryl.
Right.
Pushes
Best
me to
kind of
step up my
competition.
game.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a contest.
Right. It's not. It
No
really isn't.
competition. No.
And I mean, it's not a contest in that we're not competing with each other, not not in the other way, but you're both amazing. And I appreciate you guys coming up here and singing, all three of you. Thank you. And those who also came up before. All right. Spawn, Les Mis is my favorite musical by far. I love Les Mis. I saw your comment in there earlier. Of course, Phantom, and there's tons of musicals I just love. when I lived in New York, I would always go to the discount ticket booth and go see as many shows as I could on my AmeriCorps budget, which was pretty low, but still, I was able to get some great shows in. It was awesome. Yeah, well done. Right, Jerry? Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and pull up a video. This is one of the latest from 15th Bend. He has a couple new songs that he put out recently, and I hadn't had a chance to share this one here yet. 15th also does his indie music roller coasters on Thursday nights. So come and say hi. You'll see me there in the chat. And lots of familiar faces, but some new faces too, and a lot of really amazing music. So I always end up stealing at least a couple songs from 15th streams that people have requested or that he shared. And it's just a really good time. So come and check him out on Thursday nights and check out his original music as well. And here is Desire. Incredible, as always, from 15th Bend, the king of chill over there. I mean, absolutely amazing. And go and check him out, you guys. If you haven't already, you are missing out. Hawk, good to see you. He has arrived, so it must be time for a safety meeting. If you know, you know. Much love to you. Thanks for coming in. Here I am. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. I saw some others coming in also. I'm glad you're all here. Thanks for coming in, everybody. All right, Sharon, much love to you. Okay, let's see. I almost caught up here. Yeah, incredible. Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and start off the next rotation. So, Brad, you're up. We have a quick rotation tonight. It's great.
All
But
right.
more
Yeah,
people are
a lot of
welcome.
fun.
Come and join us. Don't be scared.
Sometimes I do requests.
I do know, Bon. I do know.
Here we go. This one's for Eugene.
Awesome. Love it.
Might get a little loud. This one goes out to
the one I love. This one goes out to the one I've left behind. A simple prop to occupy my time. This one goes out to the one I love. Out to the one I love. This one goes out to the one I've left behind. A simple prop to occupy my time. This one goes out to the one I love. Fire! This one goes out to the one I love. This one goes out to the one I've left behind. Another prop occupied my time. This one goes out to the one I love. Fire!
That was great, Brad. A lot of comments about playing the Chihuahua.
I guess I could have changed it to a simple pup, but you know.
Right, there you go. Nostra over on Rumble says, do you have to tune the dog after each song?
She's self-tuning.
Nice, perfect. That was great, Brad. That sounded awesome. And thanks for doing a request. I love it. Shelly, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. I agree. That was awesome. All right. Okay. Lowry, you're up next.
Oh, man. That was good. That was good, Brad. You know, those guys lived right down the street from me in New York City.
Oh, really?
And he also had a song called Leaving New York City Never Easy.
Yeah.
And I got it, you know, because I love that town to no end. And leaving it was not easy. But, I mean,
You're one of the rare people that gets out, you know? Once you live there, it's like hard to go.
Yeah, in 20 years there, it was just like, I got it. I knew what he was talking about because, like, you know, there's so many artists, and you get to have such a good time and be around a lot of stuff. But sometimes you got to let go of a place like that because it's a passage. It's like a gauntlet. You have to go through it and then go off somewhere else and try something else because you can get caught there too. You can get stuck in New York City, and then you realize that you become a caricature of yourself. And you're like, no. And then you outgrow the nature of the city, and then you're like, nope, Nope, it's something new. Anyway, that's it. No more
Well, and
ranting.
one of the things about New York is that it's constantly changing too. It's like
Oh yeah,
ever evolving or devolving, whichever way that
yeah.
goes.
It's on a down cycle right now, and I think I overstayed for 5 years, so
Hmm.
I think like right now it's just going through a thing. It's just what it is, but
Right.
I still love the town. Anyway, that's whatever.
And you're liking where you're at now? You guys are
Oh
doing
my
well?
God,
Getting settled?
I live in a painting. It's so beautiful, and there's good musicians here, and
Mm,
there's just a beach that's about 500 feet from me.
that's amazing. Yeah.
So
We're
yeah,
we're near a beach too, I'll say. So yeah, it's great. I love it.
yeah.
Gotta have the water.
All right, this is the earlier request. This is original, actually.
All right. Oh, one of my
I don't know
faves.
how many people I've told this story about this one, but I won't make it long. Kids, don't do heroin. Let's push off together. Let's make a habit. It's a creeper and it's caught me right off guard. I'm gonna try to run, but it's gonna be hard. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. Can I have some more of what you got? Can I have some more of what you got? Grab hold of my arm. You're driving tonight. Let's enjoy it together. We'll peak just right. It's wrapped barbed wire around my eyes. It's picked up steam since I realized the deep water I was in. Can I have some more of what you got? Can I have some more of what you got? Can I have some more of what you got? Can I have some more of what you got? Ooh. It's a violent hijacking on the soft tarmac. It's a choked up Chevrolet in a fallen acrobat. It's wicked anticipation dancing with a heart attack. You're tricking me with shadows. You're an empty box of priceless Cracker Jacks. Get inside of me and swim to my heart and to my heart. Get in there and put up pictures of art. Make it a home. You know it's a good place to start. Can I have some more of what you got? some more of what you got. Can I have some more of what you got? Can I have some more of what you got? Ooh, la da da, la da da da. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Can I have some more of what you got?
I love that. One of my very favorites of yours, Lowry.
Thank you.
It's just mesmerizing the way you
Great
sing
job.
it too.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Really well done.
What are we
A
talking
lot of
about
people.
tonight?
Oh, a little of this, a little of that. We'll see where things go. I will give a little plug there and say I do put in the description each week. Some of it's the same. I feel like we end up talking about the surveillance state a lot these days.
Right.
And we will be again tonight a little bit. I have some things that, we'll kind of see how it goes, but maybe some things about homeschooling and education and what's going on in education these days.
Very smart.
A little bit
Very
about
smart.
food and how we're being poisoned.
Yeah.
Things along those lines,
Do we have you're stopping at 11:30 for the song?
Yeah, so we got about another 40 minutes or so of music
Do you think
before
we have
we'll
another
shift.
rotation? I just have to prep a song.
Oh yeah,
so.
for sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I'll stick around.
At least
and then
one more.
I'll probably listen because I get ranty late at night. But I'm good for one more song for sure.
All right. Thanks, Larry.
Right. Cheers.
Pass on my love to Nico too if she's there in the background.
I will. She's upstairs, but I will pass it along.
All right, thanks. Okay, Daryl, you're up. And the link is pinned if anybody else wants to come up to join us. We do have about another 40 minutes or so of music before we will shift gears into conversation. The schedule's off just a little bit tonight. And you're muted in StreamYard, Daryl. We also have the Backstage Speakeasy coming up on Friday. I put to be to be determined for the movies, but I'm hoping I'll be able to find a good version of Disclosure Day, so we can watch that together backstage. And then Navy Vet says that he has a good copy of Michael, so a little, well, if you know, you know. But come and join us backstage to watch those movies. And if we don't find those, I have some other great movies that we have a huge list we're pulling from. A lot of great suggestions from people of interesting things that they've told us in films. So come and join us on Friday nights backstage. We usually open the backstage at 11 p.m. Eastern, start the movie at midnight Eastern, and then we talk kind of in between for usually a little bit, and then play the second movie. So for all you night owls out there, or early morning peeps, depending on where you are in the world.
I'm trying to get to see Disclosure Day. Has anyone here seen it yet?
I haven't, but that's the one we're hoping to find. I've already found a couple versions, but they're not up to snuff yet, so we'll see. But hopefully we'll be watching that backstage on Friday.
Really? Oh, really? Disclosure Day?
Yep.
Oh, I'm so glad because I was not, I don't know, I was going to go to the movies and then I didn't have anyone to go to the movies with, and I've never gone to the movies alone.
Come and join us.
I'm so glad. I don't want to go by myself. That's great. And I tried to see if I could watch it myself, but it said it was on order. I'm like, oh, Like on I forget. I never did that before to
Sorry.
watch a movie that you could see in the theater, but you watch it on something else. Like
Right. Yeah. No, it's a
I
great way to
forget.
do it. Theaters are so expensive these days. I mean, it's
You know what?
crazy. I haven't
It's
been to a
like
theater in
six.
years.
It's $6 cheaper to see it in the theater than it was to order it at home.
Really?
It was like $30 to order it at home.
Yeah, but at
Oh, no,
home
you gotta.
you're paying one price for the whole family. If you
Well,
go
Well,
to the
that's
theater,
true. And if you're buying
you're
it, then you can
paying
watch it
individual
again.
tickets.
that's true. That's true. You could watch it more than
And
once, right?
it'll
Okay.
probably go down in price too. It's probably just because it's brand new, you know?
Really, I didn't even
Okay,
know.
but
Anyway,
before we get singing here, Bran
okay.
and I need to know. Have you checked on the Brussels sprouts?
Oh, thank you for yeah. I took care of them. Thank you for reminding me.
All right.
I
She put a
was
note.
almost too late, but I did good. Thank you so
She
much,
put a
though.
note in the in the back in the private chat to say to check on the Brussels sprouts, and we commented and hadn't heard back. And Bran says, "Are the Brussels sprouts okay?" Finding myself surprisingly invested in this subplot.
Sometimes when the smoke alarm goes off, that's when it's done. It's ready.
Right.
That's not a good way to
Love
cook.
it.
No, I'm kidding. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Okay.
One more thing really fast,
Go ahead.
JM. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. I didn't want to forget to shout you out here. I really appreciate the support in all the different ways, JM. Much love to you.
Okay.
All right, you're all set.
Okay. Did I share yet? No, I didn't.
Oh, nope, you
right?
gotta share your music still.
I forgot to do
Good night,
that.
Mountaintop.
Okay,
Have a great night. Thanks for being here.
let's try this one.
Have a
I
great
hope
week.
this is okay. Let's try this one. I hope this is right. Okay, good. See how this goes.
All right, there we go.
Pray God you can cope. I stand outside this woman's work, this woman's world. Oh, it's hard on the man. Now his part is over. Now starts the craft of the father. I know you have a little life in you yet. I know you have a lot of strength left. I know you have a little life in you yet. I know you have a lot of strength left. I should be crying, but I just can't let it show. I should be happy, but I can't stop thinking. All the things I should have said, but I never said. All the things I should have done that we never did. All the things that I should have given, but I didn't. Oh, darling, make it go. Make it go away. Give me these moments. Give them back to me. Give me that little kiss. Give me your hand. I should be crying, but I just can't let it show. I should be hoping. I should be hoping, but I can't stop thinking. All the things we should have said that we never said. All the things we should have done that we never did. All the things that you needed from me. All the things that you wanted from me. All the things I should have given, but I didn't. make it go away. Make it go away now.
Absolutely
classic.
beautiful.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you.
Awesome.
that was really great. Well
Oh,
done,
thank you so
Daryl.
much. Thank you very much.
Love that. Daryl, thanks so much for being here and sharing your voice with all of us.
My
And
pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
yeah. Johnny, thanks for coming up. How are you doing? I muted you on StreamYard, so you gotta unmute. I always mute when people are coming up. There
I
you
just
go.
hope we don't have the same problems we had yesterday.
No, you're sounding great.
So, can you hear reverb at the minute or no?
Nope, and I'm
No.
not hearing any echo or anything.
Okay, that's
You're
working.
sounding great. Yeah.
Trying to remember all these buttons we had to push.
Yes.
So, when you sing, you're supposed to turn echo cancellation on. Is that right?
Off. You want it off. When the echo cancellation, when it's on, when you're singing or performing, it will clip the music. It makes it so you can't hear it. So when you're speaking, it's good to have it on, but then when you're performing,
Singing,
off.
turn it
And
off.
I can
All
turn
right.
it off on my end too. If you
All right,
And
forget.
if you share your screen, you want to turn it off before you share the screen.
Okay. No, I don't think I'll be sharing the
Okay.
screen. Let's make it as less complicated as possible. I don't
Well, we
do
are
this a
right
lot.
at the end. We are right at the end of a rotation. If you want to jump in right away, or we can do it if you want to get settled for a second. We can. It's up to you.
Yeah, I can do it. I was going
All
to do the
right.
same one as I did last night. Neil Diamond.
Awesome.
And
Okay, well, hold on one second, Johnny. Jovel, it's good to see you. Much love to you, Jovel. Anti-shared Jovel's link. If you guys aren't subbed up to Jovel, go and check out her channel, you guys. She is such a great soul, and she has a great voice. She sings amazing music, and just has a really good vibe. It's always I always put a smile next to her when I send her a hello in chat because she does make me smile all the time. Glad you're here, Jovel. And if you're able to join, the link is pinned at the top of the chat or the bottom, depending on what version of the app you have, I think. But come and join us if you can. That was amazing, Daryl. Thanks again. Okay, Johnny. And you're not sharing music, you said, right?
yeah, I'm going to share Neil Diamond music, karaoke music.
Okay, yeah. So you just want to? Do you remember how to share the video?
Yeah. So I need to. Oh well, it's not a video. It's just from that Carafun website.
Oh, right. And you're doing it through the mixer, so you probably don't need to share it through StreamYard.
Right. Just getting used to this stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably getting an echo now, are you?
Let's see. Actually, nope. We're not. Oh yes. Oh yes. Yes, we are. Delayed.
Do you hear any reverb?
Yeah.
Thank you. Here we go. Where it began, I can't begin to know when, but then I know it's growing strong. Was in the spring, and spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Hands touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe it never would, but now I look at the night and it don't seem so lonely. We fill it up with only two. And when I hurt, burden runs off my shoulders. How can I hurt when holding you? Warm, touching warm, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would. Oh no, no. Big build up. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. Sweet Caroline, I believe they never could. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. Thank you very much.
Great job. Great job.
Yeah, that was fantastic, Johnny. Great job. And I love the mixer. That sounds awesome. All right, so we turned back on your echo cancellation, and so you should be all good. That was great. And the sound was awesome on there.
Yeah, we'll do some more. We'll do some saxophone some night too. Once I get it,
Yeah, bring on the sax.
figure out the levels on this thing.
Yeah, awesome.
'Cause
I love that.
it can be very loud, as you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
good to
I
see you,
appreciate it.
Chris. Yeah, thanks for coming up, Johnny. Are you going to stay up for another round? I think we're going to probably have time for one more round at least.
I'm probably gonna have to hit the hay actually.
All right, yeah, it is late for you.
I'm up at 4:30 tomorrow. So
Yep. All right, well, thanks again for coming up. Much love to you, Johnny. Get some good sleep.
appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Okay, we're going to go ahead and pull up a video. Let me see where we're at here. Okay. All right, this next one is the latest from Avar Wen, also known as Amy Wallace, and it was composed by Ray Julian. And this is amazing. Amy is incredible, or Avar Wen is incredible. Every song of hers I just love. She has an ability, I mean, her vocals are amazing, but she just transports you to another place. So this is From Fire into Ash. Here we go.
I was born in the burning, where the sky split the ground. Every breath like lightning, every heartbeat too loud. We learned how to harden our voices. We learned how to stand in the flames. The fire remembers no mercy, and nothing escapes it unchanged. When the fury runs empty and the blaze turns to gray, there's a truth in the silence that the fire never say. From the fire I am broken. What is lost becomes a soul, where tomorrow runs to last. I am more. I am more. From the the hunger, how it deafens the ear. But beneath every ember, there's a pulse in the dark. Ash remembers the forest even after the spark. Let the blaze have this moment, let the smoke clear the sky. What survives is the knowing that the fire must die. From the fire, I am broken. What is lost becomes a soul where tomorrow learns to last. I am more than what I burned. I am more than what I was. From the fire to ash, I am rising. Breath of earth, breath of bone. What was taken still is known in the ash. A quieter name calls a spirit home again. Fire teaches through its ending. Ash teaches how to grow. One destroys to prove its power. One restores what fire can't hold. I release the past at last. Every ending leaves a doorway. Every loss becomes a path. I am forged but not consumed. I am changed but still alive. From the fire to ash, I remember how to rise. Not in flame, but in the afternoon that find my strength. Not in rage, but in the embers I remain. From the ash, we from the fire.
Amazing. As always, from Avar Wen. Absolutely beautiful. All right. And composed by Ray Julian. Beautiful. And We
Nice.
Rise. Love the message of that song too. Plus the fire, of course. I love the fire theme. Amen. Right, Bonnie? Good to see you. And Zio, much love to you. Good to see you coming in. And Merc, much love to you too. Thanks, you guys, for being here. Right? Amazing vocals always, Shelly. She's incredible. Okay. All right. Hang on one second, guys. I might throw a wrench at Tate here. Let me see. So, yeah, I know it's now a little bit late, but Tate, would you pull up Kid Kane's 1111? I saw all the comments in the chat and I was like, oh man, I just missed it. Kid Kane has a new song. He has a couple of them out actually right now. But the one that I want to share is called 1111. So I thought, oh, we got to pull that one up. Just a little bit behind, just a little bit. So we'll go ahead and play that, and then we'll get into probably the last rotation. But the link is still pinned if anybody wants to come up to join to sing a song before we shift gears in to conversation tonight. All right. Kid Kane is amazing. He has all different kind of styles, I think, to his music, I would say. And I've shared a lot of his collaborations also with different artists, but especially with Linda Jean. And this is one of his latest, 1111. Here we go.
This is a talk, baby.
I'll be arriving. I'll be arriving. I'll be arriving. I'll be arriving. In the darkest nights where our shadows whisper faintly. Our love is in danger. Suffer beside me. I'll be the rush in your veins. Your skin feels the edge so inviting. If you are my poison, I'll be arriving. I'll be your eternal desires in the shadows. You can find me. Loving the lover. These numbers, they haunt me. Flashing these memories back to those scars that remind me. My dreams always haunt me. They paralyze me. Looking for ways to escape all this pain. Suffer beside me. I'll be arriving. I'll be arriving. I'll be arriving. I'll be arriving. 11.
I love that one. Really well done by Kid Kane. Kid Kane rocks, always. Spawn, sounds like you have some fun stuff coming up. Excited for you. That's great. All right, you guys, let's go ahead and kick off this final rotation. Also, Eagle, good to see you. And wait. La Radio. There we go. I never knew how to say that. I kind of blended it all together. Or Notable. Good to see you over on Rumble as well. Thanks, you guys, for being here. Okay. And Notable, if you want to send me that link, my email is in both stream descriptions. And I can add it for next week probably. Because we are wrapping up music here pretty soon tonight. Okay. Thanks again, Johnny, for being here and for coming up. It was great to have you up here for a song. And yeah. Oh, Johnny, what you can do is just search for any kind of backing tracks. You can go to Revision Karaoke, like Brad's channel, for example, to find different karaoke tracks as well. There's a lot of people out there that make them. And so if you just search for a song and put karaoke after the title, you can find great backing tracks that way. But search around, you know.
And we appreciate it. We don't make any money off of it. We do it for fun. So any subscribers and views just kind of help us out. So this is a band from Minneapolis, and before the world went on a break in 2020, I was hosting karaoke on Mondays, and one of the guys that worked at the bar kind of turned me on to them, and I liked it and decided one of these days it'd be awesome to do karaoke, and now I can, and I made it. So this is a brand new one.
All right, awesome.
Believe me now, he's gonna do it to you again, and I'll try to forgive what you did over. I don't know how much longer I can wait. I don't know how much longer before You can take it all away, but you leave with nothing. You can try and run away, darling, I'll keep coming. You can break the final bone, it will mend in time, and we'll dance again someday. We'll turn water to wine, and believe me now, I did my best to pretend, and I tried to be a sort of friend, but I don't know how much longer I can wait. I don't know how much longer before You can take it all away, but you leave with nothing. You can try and run away, darling, I'll keep coming. You can break the final bone, it will mend in time, and we'll dance again someday. We'll turn water to wine, and believe me now, oh, believe me now. But you leave with nothing. You can try and run away, darling, I'll keep coming. You can break the final bone, it will mend in time, and we'll dance again someday. We'll turn water. You can take it all away, but you leave with nothing. You can try and run away, darling, I'll keep coming. You can break the final bone, it will mend in time, and we'll dance again someday. We'll turn water to wine.
Excellent.
That was awesome. Yeah, love that, Brad. That was great.
It's got heavy Joy Division New Order
Mhm.
vibes.
That was a fun one. People were up and moving. It was up the whole vibes right there. I love it. You guys, the conversation over on Rumble is kind of cracking me up right now. All right. Okay, you guys, we're going to keep this last rotation going, and we have Lowry up next.
Hi.
Hey.
I'm just positioning. Hey, Nicole, can you do the flashlight on the words? I'm just playing something here. I have my Bass Pro Shop hat on, so I'm ready to rock. Yeah, just on there.
Hi.
Hey, Nico. Good to see you.
We were so absolutely worn out from the move. It's just like
I can imagine. Yeah, but you guys seem like you're happy. You know what I mean? Like it's good to see you smiling, and I'm happy for you guys.
Yeah, indeed.
It's been a long road.
Yeah, a year.
Yeah, with a lot of low lows and hopefully some good high highs too.
Hey, Algo, I'm talking to you right here. You're coming out to the island. I know he's listening.
Yep, he's over on Rumble. Yeah, they have Jamming the Plane coming up here soon.
Yeah,
too.
Jamming the Plane's coming. I'm in love with the world through the eyes of a girl who's still around the morning after. We broke up a month ago, and I grew up. I didn't know I'd be around the morning after. It's always been wait and see, a happy day, and then you pay. I feel like shit the morning after, but now I feel changed around, and instead falling down, I'm standing up the morning after. Situations get fucked up and turned around sooner or later. And I could be another fool or an exception to the rule. You tell me the morning after. Crooked spin can't come to rest. I'm damaged best at best. She'll decide what she wants. I'll probably be the last to know. No one says until it shows. See how it is? They want you or they don't, or something. Say yes. Say yes.
You're doing great.
I'm in love with the world through the eyes of a girl who's around the morning after. Man, I fucked that one up pretty bad. No, there's no more.
You just missed the line.
Just roll with it. Just roll with it. You sounded great.
Love you guys. I'm gonna keep listening. I love your show. I think you guys, all of you guys, are amazing people. And
likewise, Lowry. Thanks for being here. You too, Nico.
Yeah, she said you too, Nico.
Hi, love you.
Yay, love you too.
All right. We'll keep listening in. You guys keep rocking.
Sounds good. All right. Good night, Johnny. Thanks again for being here. Much love to you. Get some good sleep. Okay. Daryl, you're up next, and then we have 2 videos I'm gonna play as we shift gears into conversation. Thanks for being here, everybody. It's been a great night.
Thank you. I was just listening to Lowry singing, and I thought, I think he's done a Neil Young song in here before, haven't you, Lowry? I think
I
he would
bet he
do
has. I
Neil
think he has.
Young. And then I thought of these 2 Neil Young songs that are like the shortest songs ever written. And I thought, first I thought, oh, he would probably sing this really well. And then thinking, oh, that's a really short one. I want to just share them with you. Just talk amongst yourselves while I pull them up, okay?
All right.
All right. Neil Young. Neither Neil nor Young.
Let me see. Wait. I hope they have. I think they have a karaoke. Oh shoot! Oh no.
Hey, while you're doing that, Daryl, I'm gonna do a quick plug here. Algorithm did. Oh, I hope actually. Yes. Okay. I wanted to make sure I could say it, but I know I can because you made a short of it. Don't want to ruin any surprises. Algorithm did an interview with 15th Bend, and I know he'll be playing that. I believe tomorrow, on when he would normally be doing his live. And so go and check that out. I'm pretty sure he's going to be posting that on YouTube and on Rumble. So you guys can check him out on either channel to be watching his interview with 15th. Should be great.
Here we go. I don't know. I think I could do this. I think I could share. I'm going to share one and then sing the other one. I found them both, and they both have karaoke versions. One is a minute long, a minute and 15 seconds, right? And the other one is a minute and, I don't know, 30 seconds or something like that. So I'm going to start with, this is one of the shortest songs. I thought I would, oh wait, sorry, hold on a second. Wait a second, let me start over. Do you hear it yet?
I have to pull it up first.
Okay. I thought I'd like to hear Lowry sing this song, but it's only a minute. It's a minute 34 seconds. Anyway, but I always liked this. I didn't realize it was so short, so I tried to sing it.
Sorry, are you singing along with this one, Daryl?
No, this is a karaoke.
Oh, right. But you're singing. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
And we're just playing a Neil Young song. Gotcha.
No. Okay. So this is the first one here. I'm going to play this first. This 1 minute 34 seconds. It's called the Cripple Creek Ferry. And if you know it, let me know. I'd be very curious if anybody else knows this. I have the record. Hey, hey, the Cripple Creek Ferry, busting through the overhanging trees. Make way for the Cripple Creek Ferry. The water's going down, it's a mighty tight squeeze. All alone the captain stands. He hasn't heard from his deckhands. The gambler tips his hat and walks towards the door. I'm not even sure I know this part. It's the second half of the cruise, and you know he hates to lose. Hey, hey, the Cripple Creek Ferry, butting through the overhanging trees. Make way for the Cripple Creek Ferry. The water's going down, it's a mighty tight squeeze. The Cripple Creek Ferry. Anyway, that's an old Neil Young song. Isn't that great? Cripple Creek Ferry. And
that is great.
Isn't that a great little song? And the other one is called Till the Morning Comes. I'm not sure if you can hear this because I'm just switching tabs. Uh-oh. Wait a second. I didn't. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought I picked it.
Fathead, it's good to see you. I shared the link in YouTube and on Rumble for Jam in the Plane. It's a Telegram group. You guys can check it out, but they are getting together soon in Colorado. So if you're interested, go and check it out there.
And
I am not.
You can't just switch between tabs.
You can't switch tabs? Okay, so I
But if you copy the address from one and paste it on the one that you've already shared, you can do that.
Oh, I see what I should have done. Okay, so I have to reshare it, right? All right, this is even shorter than the last one. It's only a minute long.
Good to see you, Mary.
called Till the Morning Comes, and I wonder if anyone knows this one. And I didn't know this one was so short until I tried to sing it in karaoke. I'm like, wow, that was a short song. I had no idea. Okay. And if you know this, let me know. I don't know why you read such a short song. I'm gonna give you till the morning comes. Till the morning comes. Till the morning comes. I'm only waiting till the morning comes. Till the morning comes. Till the morning comes. Sounds like a little like the Beatles era, Sgt. Pepper's era, with all the horns. I'm gonna give you till the morning comes, till the morning comes, till the morning comes. I'm only waiting till the morning comes, till the morning comes, till the morning comes. You almost don't even have to memorize the lyrics.
Yeah,
So
that is a short one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's a
there you
great
go.
song though.
2 of the shortest songs
Yeah.
ever written. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I agree, Amir. I know. Try not to let it ruin the music too much, but I also don't try to, vote with my dollars on where I support musicians, Okay. All right. Thank you, JM, for sharing out the links or the information from the description about what we'll be possibly talking about tonight. But we always kind of just see where things go. Okay. Mary, it's good to see you. Much love to you. Thanks for being here. Oh my goodness, 6 inches of rain today, Bonnie. Crazy. Stay safe. Stay dry inside, I hope. Yeah, lizards. We do talk about lizards. If you know, you know. Glad you're here, Mary. Go ahead and relax. Okay. Yeah, I know. I noticed that too, Tate. Tate says he likes how you talk between verses, Daryl. It's just part of the conversation in the singing. Okay. Hey, Susie. Good to see you. Much love to you. Thanks for being here. All right. We have 2 songs we're going to pull up here. Let me see if I can remember which one we're doing next. I asked you to do one. Which was it? Yes, here we go. Okay. I never get to share all of them, you guys. I always keep Bran hopping because I have to kind of shift what we're sharing and what we're not. All right. Thanks, Bran. This is a collaboration on a cover by Blue Unicorn and Phoenix Falling. And this is their cover of Wandering Star by Portishead. Here we go. Yeah. They do an amazing job.
Wandering star, for whom it is reserved.
Love it. And Blue Unicorn, I agree. You and you and Phoenix Falling, you guys do blend really well together. I'm so glad you guys are doing more collaborations. That was awesome. Yeah. That Tate knows. Double applesauce. Hey, come on, Ma. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. All right. Oh, looks like my chat froze for a second, so I'm just catching up. Joey, good to see you. Thanks for being here. We are just wrapping up music. We have one final video we're going to play here. Oh, all right, great. Almost Sapient band is getting back together and adding a violin. Love the violin. That's fantastic. Glad to hear it, Blue. I will be staying tuned. Can't wait. Okay. All right. Okay, this final song before we switch into conversation is kind of a part of the conversation side of things. And Brad, in case you end up having to take off, thank you so much for being here. I did see that you're about to head out. Really glad you always come up and join, Brad, and wear your tuxedo shirt. You know, there's a whole emoji for it now. So, you know, I'm just saying. It's one of my favorites.
Got a brand.
Yep. Sarah, good to see you. Thanks for being here too. Much love. All right. This final song is one that I heard. Somebody had requested it over on Algo's channel, and I had not heard this, but it's from a few years back during pandemic days. And it's by Daz Nez. Stick your new world order up your arse. Here we go.
You can stick your new world order up your ass. You can stick your new world order up your ass. You can stick your new world order when the sun don't shine but oughta. Stick your new world order up your ass. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. We don't be arrested in a dressing gown. We don't be arrested in a dressing gown. We don't be arrested in a. She is such a sinner. Should be arrested in a dressing gown. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. There'll be blue skies when the chemtrails are all gone. There'll be blue skies when the chemtrails are all gone. There'll be blue skies when the chemtrails and the evil plant fails. Blue skies when the chemtrails are all gone. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. You can stick your poison vaccines up your ass. You can stick your TV programs up your ass. You can stick your GMO foods, and we ain't gonna go school. Stick your Georgia Guidestones up your ass. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. Oh, I'd rather be a human than a slave. Oh, I'd rather be a human than a slave. Oh, I'd rather be a human. Don't you know that you can rather be a human than a slave? You can stick your new world order up your ass. You can stick your new world order up your ass. You can stick your new world order when the sun don't shine but oughta. Stick your new world order up your ass.
I mean, that one just won't get old, will it? Really? I mean, come on. Fantastic. Yeah, and do not consent. All right. Okay, I thought that was a good way to kind of kick off conversation. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video, and the link is pinned for anybody who wants to join a national anthem, right? Or an international anthem, I think is what that is. Oops. Oh, I think that might have been here. I can't even tell you guys. Do you hear it? Yeah. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull up this video. And then like I said earlier, hey Wingnut, there's a lot of different things that we can talk about for sure. So much going on. There's a lot of stuff that I want to maybe share about AI and surveillance and stuff, but we did talk about that a lot last week. So I'm kind of trying to change things up a little bit this week. Right, Jam? Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up this video. This is by a channel. I did share her channel last week, and I'll keep sharing her. She's amazing. I really like what she has to say and how she covers things. And her channel is called A Homestead Journey, and she's talking about education and homeschool. So here we go.
So something really interesting is happening across America. More parents are really questioning whether or not traditional schools are still the best option for their children. Concerns about academic performance, school safety, curriculum, classroom behavior, and educational quality have led many families to explore alternatives. In fact, one option that's seeing continued growth is homeschooling. Listen to some of these stories and also listen to what teachers are saying about the classrooms.
Hey guys, pretty interesting Good Morning America conversation about public school scores. Check this out.
Researchers, Robin, are calling this both a reading and learning recession at schools across the country. This new report called the Education Scorecard found that reading scores are down in 83% of school districts in the U.S. in the past 10 years. Math scores dropped in 70% of districts, and this does transcend wealthy and poor districts. What's critical here is that the decline in scores started happening before the pandemic.
I'm glad the conversations are starting to be had on a larger platform in front of a bigger audience. It's almost like our children sitting inside of a building for 8 hours a day isn't working, and it hasn't been working for a very long time. And unfortunately, it's taken a while for experts to realize this. Now I'm going to get the question, well, what do you expect us to do? Homeschool your children. The statistics in that regard are on your side.
So I'm a newly homeschooling mom, and I'm a former school social worker / school therapist. And I loved working in the schools, but I will not send my child to public school. I worked with preschool, elementary school, middle school, lots of middle school, and high school. And I loved my students so much. It was so much fun. It was so fulfilling. I loved being able to help them. But their realities, what they were living in school every day, it will sit with me forever. My experience left me feeling like no child in the school really even knows what it's like to feel fully content and happy and safe. They are enduring, they're in survival mode, and they don't even realize it. And I know a lot will disagree with me on that, but it's just the feeling I got.
Now, I'm definitely a big fan of homeschooling, so I'm happy to see this. In fact, we're seeing that even after the pandemic, homeschooling has continued to become more and more popular.
So I've had several people comment to me on some of my homeschool videos that I just homeschool because I want control over my kids. And all I have to say to those people, you are 100% correct. Of course I want control. I want to control my kids' health and wellness and not have a school tell me what they have to have and what they can and can't do because of said. I want to control their schedule and be able to travel and explore when and where we want to and not be stuck to a school schedule. I want to be able to control their learning environment. If we want to go learn at a zoo or an aquarium or a national park, I want to be able to do that. I want to be able to control their influence and who they're around and what friends they have, and not the snooty kid that's a bully or that thinks he's a cat. No, thank you. I want to be able to control how much movement they get, how much outside time they get, how much family time they get. I want to be able to control what curriculum they're being taught and the pace at which they learn. I want to be able to control the life skills that they're being taught. I want to be able to control the ability to protect their childhood and their innocence. You can do whatever you want with your kids, and if you think public school is a good option for you, great. But I'm going to do what I feel is right and necessary for my family and my kids, and for us, that's homeschool. If you don't like it, just move along. It doesn't affect your life at all.
I'm hoping you guys all know that we have a literacy problem in this country, or maybe you do and you have no idea how bad it is. So I've worked in a high school for 3 years now. I've worked with freshmen, sophomore, junior, senior, all of them. They all have very similar issues when it comes to literacy. I've seen way too many students who legitimately cannot read or write. But even some of my honor students can't find the page that I need them to go to because they don't know what the table of contents is. And then they'll say, like, I can't find the answer because it's not in one of the bolded headings. I said, you have to read it. And they said, but it's not in there. It's in the first sentence. And this is, I'm not trying to say anything bad about the kids. This is a much bigger issue, especially you're sending them to high school without these skills. But People don't know about that.
Okay, call it a midlife crisis, call it what you want. I am understanding in a whole new way. I've been very in my feelings about how fast my daughter's childhood is going by. She's 11 going on like 27. But anyways, so in defense of homeschool, we did not always homeschool. We were not a traditional homeschool family. I used to be a career mom. We were at great little private schools, and for a lot of different reasons decided to try homeschool 2 years ago. And what I am learning and understanding is just how much time I've gotten back with her and how much I will never give that away again if I can help it. We know that so much time is wasted in a traditional school setting. So for me, I have no interest in going back to that. My daughter is growing up so fast, and I am just seeing how fast it's going, and I just will not sacrifice giving that up. And it makes me sad to think of all of the people and families that feel like homeschool just isn't for them. And there are some families where homeschool is just not for you. I totally get that. But if you're just not even willing to like try it or entertain it or pray about it, I think you're going to look back and have regrets. I think you're going to be like, oh, I actually did let someone else raise my kids. Because I know this is getting long, because you have to think about the traditional day of a family that's doing traditional school. Your mornings are rushed, your afternoons are rushed. When do you actually have downtime? When do you have family time? When do you fit it all in? And I still feel busy. We are still going to activities. We still have things almost every night of the week. But I have this extra time that other families don't. And I will not give that up. I will sacrifice almost everything else that I can to keep that time, because I know how fast it's going by, and I feel that so deeply in my soul, and I don't want to give it up. And it makes me so sad for families that it's like they just don't see it. They don't understand it. And I'm like, your kid's gonna be in college and you're gonna wish you had that time back.
As of the end of this month, we are going to be pulling my son from a private Christian school, and he's going to start second grade in homeschool. And I always thought that he was going to be a private Christian school, and I always thought that that was the route, but both of my kids are coming home, and we have decided that that's what's best for us. I've stopped working for the most part. I mean, I still do a marketing job on the side, but, homeschooling I feel like is a growing trend. I know it's a growing trend, especially for Christian evangelical homes. And we are one of them. I'm tired of the bullying in schools. I'm tired of being told that it was my son's fault being bullied for sitting next to an older kid on the school bus. That was the reason why he got punched in the face. I'm tired of being told that boys will be boys and it's only going to get worse as they get older in school. That doesn't help at all. I don't know why they would tell me that. And I'm tired of having my son being forced to sit still for 5 out of the 6 hours that he's at school. And that just doesn't sit right with me. He should have more freedom. Kids in general should just have more freedom to learn. They should have the ability to ask questions and not be shamed in doing so. They should have the ability to want to learn. I feel like school actually suppresses that. For my research, it feels like, I think that school is just built to be a system for the factory workers or something like 150 years ago or whatever, when Henry Ford did it 100 years ago, to build factory workers. So they put in a dedicated education system that every single kid can follow and do the same thing day in, day out. But if you're going to be a business owner, trigonometry is not going to apply to you if you're going to cut grass for a living and make a very good business and a very good living. I know people that have a very good living doing that. I know people that have a multi-million-dollar clientele book of business in construction and remodeling. And guess what? That doesn't take a degree. And you can hire an accountant to do your books. It's really not that complicated to do it. And homeschooling can get you there. Homeschooling can get you the necessary tools. If you also want to be a rocket scientist, you can do that. You can go to space camp. You can have the freedom to do these things. And I wholeheartedly believe that school should be something where you learn by doing, and that you should have a joy in learning. I like having a joy in learning. It was squashed when I went to pursue my degree in business. I have a bachelor's and a master's, and I felt like I hated learning during that process. I was put in a box. I was learning classes that I didn't want to learn, but I had to do it to check off a box and earn credits. But why? Like, I'm never going to have to learn accounting because I work in marketing. And it just totally killed my drive. So I don't know. I felt compelled to just kind of say that like homeschooling really feels like that's a solid route for our family. And I'll post more about that as we go along. We'll probably start this summer, but yeah, pretty stoked about it.
I am a homeschool mom in a free homeschool state, meaning I do not have to do any of these things legally. I do not have to inform anybody that I'm homeschooling my kids. If I want to homeschool them, I just homeschool them. I can pick whatever curriculum I want to use. I can create my own. I can buy from somebody else. It does not matter. There is no requirements or standards that I have to use. There's nothing that's pre-approved. I can literally pick whatever curriculum I want to use. I do not have to submit any kind of state testing or any kind of portfolios to the government. I don't have to do that. I don't have to sign up with a charter school or a private school. I am my own homeschooling, and that's kind of what it is. So in a nutshell, I literally get to do whatever I want with my homeschooling without any type of oversight or somebody telling me what to do and what to pick and how to homeschool.
I was a high school teacher in the public school system, and I honestly was shocked that kids no longer know how to do these 3 things. I could probably list 10, but these were the 3 that were most shocking to me, and the last one just blew my mind. First one was just hard cash, how to deal with counting back change, how to know the value of a dime, a nickel, a penny, and how to count change. I would bring in games like Monopoly just so that they could deal with cash money instead of Apple Cash, ATM cards, just dealing with hard cash. The second skill that I just had no clue and feel like I was just living under a rock was kids don't know their address anymore. When I was a kid, I had to memorize my address, my mom's phone number. That is gone. They don't know their address. They don't know anyone's phone number. That is a skill that I would probably ask all of my kids that would come through my classes, and I would ask them to write down their address, and probably 1 out of 30 actually knew their address without looking at their phone. The third one that was most shocking to me, because when I was a kid, I was so excited for this. I was living for this day, but it's getting their driver's license. High school students have zero motivation to get their license. They are not getting their license before they graduate. They're getting at 18, 19, 20. I think that there's just so much anxiety and hesitation around getting a driver's license that kids have zero motivation to get a driver's license. All of this just made me realize how important real life skills are, because confidence, independence, communication, responsibility, problem solving don't magically appear at 18. These are the 15 life skills that I really think every kid should know before adulthood hits them hard. How to do laundry, how to grocery shop, how to cook basic meals, how to manage money, how to stay organized, how to manage their time, how to talk on the phone, how to swim, how to find a job, how to read a map, how to use public transportation, how to stand up for themselves, how to cope with failure, how to clean a home, how to drive safely. The goal isn't raising perfect kids, it's raising capable kids. But I would love to know your opinion. What skills do you think that kids should know today that you don't see anymore?
I got called out hard at Costco yesterday with the kids. People throw shade at me for different things about homeschooling, little digs here and there, but I did get called out in the middle of grocery shopping with my 4 kids, and it was like during school hours. And someone I know, not like a close friend, but anyway, she was like, oh, see, this is why I could never homeschool my kids. Like, they would hate having to run errands with me all day, and they're so much happier in school. I did not give an explanation because I'm just kind of over it. I don't need to explain myself. But what she doesn't know, and what I wish more people understood, is that sometimes errands aren't just errands, right? What she doesn't know is that my kids are working on cooking meals for themselves, my older 2. So they budgeted, picked out recipes, and are each planning a night this week to cook. My daughter's gonna do like pasta from scratch and a pasta sauce. My son's doing a steak dish. But the point is that these are real life skills. So when people ask, are homeschool kids ready for the real world? Well, you're isolating your kid in a box away from the world for 13 years. My child is understanding how to budget and finance for the things that we need, how to make a grocery list, how to meal plan, how to cook, how to provide for themselves. I feel like these are real life skills. I don't think it's just bebopping around errands with mom. Like, this is the reality of the world. We don't just put food on the table, it comes from somewhere. And the actual act of grocery shopping is a little boring, and the cooking can be fun, but we have to do it. That's real life. And they still also got their schoolwork done, by the way. We did their schoolwork already before we even did that, and then we were on to life school. Just had to get that out. I don't know why people have to even make comments like that, but that's the real deal.
We pulled our son from the public school system when he was in the 2nd grade because he was losing his spark. I don't care what anybody says, the public school system is not meant for everyone. Education is not one size fits all. Our son is dyslexic and has problems with reading comprehension and had an IEP and was still not getting the help that he needed. He was enrolled in accelerated reader and could not read at all. And nobody showed him the read back feature on the computer and just sat him in front of the computer. And he was clicking the buttons, hoping that he was getting the right answer. And I had no clue that any of this was going on until he came home sobbing one day because he doesn't get to go on an accelerated reader field trip. And still, with the extra help with a reading specialist, it was not enough because he was at a table with 4 other students and still wasn't getting the one-on-one time that he needed. So here we are. He just finished up the 4th grade. He's going into the 5th grade in the fall. He loves to read. He can read fluently now. And he made a B on his literature test for his homeschool co-op. So there it is. I said what I said. Rant over. Let me know in the comments, do you feel the same way? Because surely I'm not the only one.
New data actually shows that homeschooling continues to grow, and many states are reporting record enrollment levels. So whether someone supports homeschooling or not, this trend does suggest a growing number of parents wanting greater control over their children's education. And I definitely agree with that position, because with the way things are going and all that has been exposed with everything here in America, I definitely prefer having the option to be able to homeschool if I want to, and we actually do plan to homeschool when that time comes around. As always, I'd love to hear your perspective. Do you have children in traditional schools or grandchildren? And do you feel that the educational system has changed within recent years? Share down below. Thank you for watching. And as always, take care. I hope to see you in the next video.
All right. A lot of information shared there and a lot of great conversation in the chat. Obviously, you guys, I think all know that I homeschool my children for a lot of different reasons. And, as a former public school teacher, I didn't anticipate that, And then I also worked at a private school for a year, which was a better experience. But I'm so glad for it. I mean, there are so many things like, the woman who was sharing about taking back your time and having that time with your children. I think that is something that you'll never get back, and is so valuable. And I know it's something that not everyone is able to do, but at the same time, I would really encourage people, as someone who's been behind the scenes in education for a long time, even if I wasn't as aware then as I am now of what all the cogs and moving pieces are, looking back, I can see them. And I would really encourage you to try to make it work. It's not easy. It's not, especially in this economy, it is not easy to, have one of us not working outside of the home. And so, I don't like using the word sacrifices, but there are sacrifices that are made. And, but I think it's worth it. I really do think it's worth it in the long run. And, when I hear that children are graduating 12th, they're graduating, young adults at 12th grade are graduating and they are not able to read above a 4th grade reading level, that's terrifying, Navy vet made the comment that at the school that he works at, in the library I think I started, let me go back and read it actually, so I get the right information here. I highlighted a lot of comments, you guys, because you guys are having some great information that you shared. Oh, I can't find it, but he said that there were only a very small percentage. I think he said like out of hundreds of students, there were like 12 that actually check out books. And how awful is that? I mean, I will admit that I do not read as often as I wish that I could, other than online or children's books to my kiddos. But, I think if they're not even having children read in schools, that's just not a good sign. Algo and Daryl, what are your thoughts on this? What do you guys think?
Well, first of all, I'm thinking they're not even getting an education anymore when they're going to school. If they come out of school not knowing how to read or write on, any functional level, why would you even want to keep your kids in a school? I was just looking up actually the statistics of what we spend per pupil. Spending average is $16,526 in 2023. That's per pupil. And the public schools spent $981.57 billion in 2024.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's money laundering. I mean, it's like everything else run by the government. Yeah. It's money. I mean, allegedly in Minecraft.
And they're starting to pass kids on these curbs or curves. I forget what they call it.
On the curve.
I wouldn't pass school at this point. I forgot everything. But I'm just saying they kind of lower the standards of even a passing grade so that they don't look so horrible. I can't believe you spend this much money and they're not getting any kind of quality education. I got an excellent education in, when I went to public school. I went to an excellent public high school. I mean, it was like a college. And we had good teachers and good classes, and I finished school in like 3 years. I mean, we had a lot of stuff on our curriculum, and it was like excellent. I think I got an excellent high school education. It was almost on a college level. We had college level courses. I mean, we were smart kids.
My thought is, I really do think this is by design. I think probably most of you here agree. It's not an accident that these things have played out the way that they have in education. And also, I will say, one of the things I think that helped move things this direction was when No Child Left Behind, but also the standards, when they made them universal standards. And then also or national standards, I should say. But then also when they started teaching to the test, I have a story that's really too long to tell, but I worked at a school that was really well renowned locally. They won all these different grants and awards, ka-ching, because they basically taught to the test. I was transferred to that school. It was not a good fit for me for a lot of reasons, but one of them was this reason. They taught the students. We had a really high English language learning population, people who came in who were speaking English as second or third or fourth language. And so, to be expected, they're much further behind academically when they're working in English, not because of intelligence, but because of, they're learning all these different languages. So it really makes it very difficult in a lot of ways in the classroom when you have that huge of a gap. People who are, say in like fifth grade, but they're coming in at like a preschool or kindergarten English level or not speaking any English. And then you have students at the time that were at around a fifth grade or even above grade reading level or grade level for different subjects. But they would teach them how to look at a question, find the matching words. Like, let's say it was a reading test. They would look at the question, find the matching words from the question in the text, and copy the sentences around it. And so the way that the test was scored, it would teach them how to gain points without actually understanding, not even necessarily understanding a single word of what they were doing. But it boosted the school's test scores, which gave them more grant money. And it was all about the money.
Wow. This is
It's
why
disgusting.
this is why they're not achieving any level of success.
Mhm.
They're just
Right.
cheating their way to pass a
Right,
grade.
Brenda.
It's all about passing the grade. I don't know. I don't know what happened, and I don't know who would want to be a teacher these days. I don't even know what the schools are like. It's with school shootings and it's so dangerous. I wouldn't want to send my child to school. It's so frightening. They take their
Right.
life in their own hands, and they're not learning
Well,
anything.
another thing to consider is a lot of, I would guess, our children here, with the way that we are free thinkers. And Anti put this comment, something along these lines in the chat earlier. Schools are not built for those who don't comply. They're not built for the free thinkers. They're built to keep people in
Right.
boxes. And
Right.
so, many of us here, I did well in school. I was in the gifted and talented program, which is a rabbit hole I hope to dive down sometime soon in my stream. But I was in the gifted and talented GATE program, and I really enjoyed school because we had a totally different schooling than the general population,
Right.
than Gen Pop, speaking of it being like prisons. But so, it really was different. But that said, it was also, I'm 45, so it was a little while ago, and now everything is so much more automated since especially the pandemic, when they made sure that all students had one-on-one screens. A lot of the curriculum is now online, and it's run by AI.
Oh,
So, and even
boy.
more so, I'm sure all the time. And so,
Wow.
it's just tragic in a lot of ways. Oh, but what I was going to say is, speaking of being, it being scary, I would honestly be worried if my children were in school in the area I live in,
Uh-huh.
even where I am now, a little bit off the beaten path. I'm not right on the
Mhm.
I-5 corridor. I would be worried about them being bullied at minimum, or worse,
Uh-huh.
because
Sure.
of the things that we believe,
Right.
and
Right. Oh,
my
sure.
kids are taught to be free thinkers,
Right. Right.
just to be clear, I don't only teach them what I believe, especially because I'm questioning everything myself these days,
Right.
you
Right.
know, but I do teach them, different points of view, and to think critically, and they are also going to speak their minds. And so both my daughter and my son, and I'm thankful for that,
Right. Right.
but I don't think that it would work well for them necessarily in a public school
Right.
setting for a
You
lot
know,
of different reasons.
when I went to school, we weren't taking like
That's awesome, Jared.
ADD drugs. We weren't. There was no Ritalin. There
Right.
was no
Another
what.
good
To
factor
be honest, there
to
was
think
no
about.
autism. There was nobody that was damaged or had any kind of, brain injuries or these conditions. Like they weren't on medication. These kids are all medicated. Like how many of kids are on medication? It's
The
unbelievable.
machines. Well, that's a really good point too. But also a lot of them are put on medication because their teachers recommend it, and
Right.
they put it in the documentation. And I've played a video here. I don't have it ready to pull up tonight, but I have played it before, about a woman. I don't remember which state she was in, but she was here in the States, and she started filming at her doctor's or her pediatrician's, well, her son's pediatrician's office, because he was telling her that if she did not put her son on Ritalin, on ADHD medication, that he would report her to CPS.
Are you
And
serious?
she said, "You're threatening me." And he said, "That's not a threat. That's just the way it is." And he, even knowing he was being filmed, had no problem repeatedly saying that if she did not do what he said was best for her son, that he would stick CPS on them, basically.
Oh my God. Oh
But
my
he
God.
claimed it was voluntary.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And she said, "It's not voluntary if I'm saying no, and it's my child."
I don't know if you've been listening to these people that were on like these drugs since they were children, and now that they're adults, they aren't functional adults anymore. Like they don't function like other adults. They don't have normal sex drives or sex lives. They never ever. They don't even know how to socialize romantically because they had suppressed all of their drive.
Right. Well,
From
between
using these
that
drugs.
and
Yeah.
the soy and the medications and the poison in our foods and air and water, yeah, I think there's a lot of factors, and I think it's all by design.
Oh
You
my,
know?
it's devastating. The more you find out about everything, the more devastating it is. It's like, what else have they lied about? My God, and they're
Oh,
still
right.
pushing this shit down our throats.
Absolutely.
And there's people are so indoctrinated, like you can't even talk to them. Like, I don't know. I live in a community that is like all pro mandates, pro vaccine, anti. I don't know, I don't even get it because they're like, my body, my choice, but
Wow.
then not when it comes to vaccines, I mean, they're pro-abortion,
Right,
but,
exactly. The
they're
hypocrisy, right?
pro-abortion, you could, we don't want you to take the right for an abortion, but you want to make you put this other drug in your body,
And don't eat meat.
and
Right.
yeah, make sure you're allergic to meat. I mean, this is like insanity.
Right.
It's just like it's
Mhm.
it's evil. It's demonic. It's insane. I don't even understand how
Good to see you, Karen Peterson.
people don't want to wake up to this.
Yeah.
People are still
Well,
indoctrinated. I
right.
swear.
There are a lot of people that are still not wanting to wake up to this. And, we've talked about before, is it cognitive dissonance? Like their brain won't let them see it. Is it by choice? They want to stay in their comfort bubble,
I
or is
don't
it
know.
a spiritual veil? That they're
It's almost
behind.
a religion, you can't
Yeah.
even have a conversation. It's like impossible. You can't get through to them at all. Like the minute you bring something up that's contrary to their,
Good
you
point,
know,
Blue.
their narrative, they like strike out at you.
Mhm.
Um, I I had a big fight with one of the members of my community over. Somebody invited me to a party. They said, "Oh, you want to go to a party with like David Letterman for my birthday?" I said, "Sure." She goes, "But you can't be an RFK Jr. supporter." I'm like, "What? What is this all
Yeah.
about?" And she didn't reply. I'm like thinking, she knows I love RFK Jr. I really am fond of him. I think he's a great guy. I think he's got a great. He's very smart. First of all, if you ever listen to him, these people have never heard him speak. They just are listening to other people's opinions of him or whatever they've read in or heard on the news. They believe everything they read and see. So, they've never even listened to him. They just think he's killing our children with, taking away their measles vaccines and this and that. I mean, they're just absolutely.
Right.
And she just like started screaming at me.
Oh, damn.
She said, "Oh,
Yeah.
because everyone's supporting his nephew in New York. He's running for something. I forget what. Schlossberg is his name. It's his nephew, and he's not at all. He doesn't follow his uncle at all. They
Right,
disagree
OVP?
on everything. So, these people are totally supporting him and like they actually are like collectively against him, They're against everything he's trying to do, even though they don't even know what he's trying to do because they don't listen. Oh,
Right, I agree.
so
Yeah.
frustrating.
I mean, there's so many different facets to it, right? But I think overall we can just see the test scores and the lower IQs, partially from masking and how, remote learning might be a part of it too, and all of that. I mean, I think if I remember correctly, they said that IQs in young children went down by 20 points. And those numbers at that age are almost impossible to kind of make up for.
It's like everything, like
Right,
the
Machina?
fluoride or water is fluoridated, and that lowers your IQ,
Right. Yeah,
substantially.
absolutely.
And it's like everything we're doing, we're drinking, we're eating, we're like inhaling, is making us dumber. They're trying to make us stupid. It sounds like it's got to be by design. It totally sounds like premeditated.
Right, it is. Yeah,
How could
absolutely.
it
I mean, they've
not
told
be?
us.
So,
Go ahead, Algo.
well, I think if you've ever looked up the Rockefeller education system, then you have a pretty clear picture of the reason behind it. But the thing that was most striking to me from that video was if you think of how long human history is, and some people say, it's 7,000 years, some people say it's tens of thousands or millions or whatever it was. Really, the only evidence that I've seen up until just over 100 years ago, homeschooling that's all there was. You never sent your children anywhere. They stayed with
Right,
you.
or
They learned
very
with you.
hyper local community, like the one room schoolhouse type idea.
Yeah, and I think that was late. I think that was probably 1850. Maybe that was probably after the last reset until the modern education system is they like, okay, we don't have any adults left, so we'll pick one and you teach them while we got to work and feed ourselves. And the Industrial Revolution and the Rockefeller education system has shifted that. And by the time we came along, that was normalized. And the most amazing thing to me that I think is great is that all of those moms that you showed in that video compilation from that lady's channel was the veil's lifted for them.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
the normal is not sending your kid away for 6 to 8 hours. The normal is being with your children and teaching them and taking them to the aquarium and teaching them about fish and taking them out and about. And that's actually what's normal. And so the veil being lifted
Right.
on all of those people, to me, that was the most, I was just like, wow, okay, here we go.
Well done,
This is the
Blue.
way.
Right, absolutely. Right. I mean, and that they've convinced, they not just tried, but they have convinced so many that that's now, that's the what's on the fringe, to teach your own children is considered something that's looked down upon by a lot of people.
And the Rumble, we had this little conversation earlier, but there was a line in an episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and she said, homeschooling is not just for crazy religious people anymore.
Right. Well, I don't think that it ever actually was. I think that was the propaganda against it.
Right. No, and that was part of my point. I mean, during the time I grew up, that's what everybody thought. And then the other false argument now is that they're not socialized in the same way. But if you go to a public high school or anything, everybody's on their screen. They're not socializing. That argument's nonsense. So if you can do it, like you said earlier, if you can homeschool your kids and keep them around you all the time, I think you'll be happier, they'll be smarter, and we can maybe make some progress in this society.
Right.
Yeah, here's hoping. Okay, well, I wasn't sure if I was going to play this next set of videos here. There's a couple, or a few actually, that kind of tie in with this though, and they sort of came up. Yeah, don't drink the tap water. Exactly, or filter it. Filtration of water is a great first prep to learn. I'm just saying. Okay, sorry if you guys are hearing a lot of background noise here. I don't know if it's just picking up in my mic for me or if you guys can all hear it.
I hear it too. I don't know if it's me. I'm gonna mute
it. It's me.
And one more quick thing before
your
videos.
Go ahead.
Hi, Brenda Mitchell. I saw you said hi, so hi, Brenda.
All right, yeah, good call. And John, good to see you. Much love. Thanks for coming in. Thanks to everybody who's here. If you guys missed the first half, we had some amazing music tonight. Go and check it out later. Good thing to listen to maybe as you're going about your day or taking a nap or whatever. Yeah, and that I don't know. There's so many things that I think are by design, and it's hard to know sometimes which way they're playing it. You know what I mean? But I do think that this pandemic did expose a lot of these issues, and it did I think it backfired on them in this way, because public education, the rate of people pulling their kids out to put them either in private schools or to homeschool them has been, exponentially increasing, even in very liberal states like Washington State, where I am. So yay for us paying attention, I guess, or people starting to more. It's a good thing. Okay. All right. Since it's June and it's Pride Month, I wanted to share a few videos here, kind of about this topic. And I know it could be controversial for some, but I wanted to share a few. Oh, hey, Carl. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you down in the basement. Thanks for coming up.
I was only there for 15, 20 minutes. That's no big deal.
I hope not really. Glad you're here. Before I kind of shift gears just slightly into Pride Month stuff and education, do you have anything you want to comment on about what we've been talking about?
I heard something about school when I first got here. Is that what you're still talking about?
Yep, we're talking about schools and like how education is really public education is really failing the children, and not just failing them, but really indoctrinating them and teaching them things that they shouldn't as well. Good to see you, Joe.
Well, it sure has changed.
Yeah. What would you say, what are some of the biggest changes you've seen in your lifetime in public education?
Oh, well, let's see. I guess I would have to say that, all right, I remember having snowmobile safety classes, shooting safety classes. I remember, home ec class where you'd have a shop one semester of the year, and sewing another semester of the year, and cooking the other semester, and then maybe put you in an art class for the fourth semester or something. But it seemed like they were more interested in teaching kids life skills, things to help them get by in real life. I mean, I don't think I've ever used algebra in my life, and I do a lot of stuff with math. You know what I'm saying?
But you do use that those sewing skills and a lot of those, day-to-day living skills that you learned. Absolutely. The shop skills and everything else. Right.
Most of what I've learned myself. I dropped out of school. I'm only a champion of one thing from my school, and that's skipping. Because the last year I was in school was the 7th grade, and there was 120 days. I skipped 90. All right, and I despise school. I had physical fights with a dozen teachers in schools. All right, I had police called. I've had warrants out for teachers in schools and stuff before because of stuff that's happened there, and I just I couldn't handle authority. Any man who thought they could put their hands on me probably get a chair in the face. All right, I was that bad. I hated that place.
That was one of the things that we actually did say too, was that a lot of the people that didn't do well in school, it's not because they weren't intelligent or aren't intelligent, it's because they didn't fit inside the boxes that they tried to place them in.
No, it was really with my case, my father died when I was 3, and there was really no male, guidance in my life. And then these school teachers, cocky, macho bastards, really, ex-Michigan football player, and, these gym teachers and shop teachers who have a strict code and give swats and shit. The minute they pull out a wooden paddle, it's fight. You are not hitting me with that. You ain't doing it. It's just not going to happen. All right. And it didn't. And they tried. All right. And it was not a good thing. That's another thing. What about capital punishment in school? I mean, the SWATs, do they still do that?
In some schools they do. I think only private schools allow that anymore. I don't think nationwide that you can do that in public education. Hold that thought for a second. Daryl, much love to you. Thank you so much for coming up for music and staying for conversation too. It's always great to have you up here and to hear from you. Much love. Um, I know my husband was at a private Christian school. He's a little bit older than I am, and like I said, I'm 45. He was paddled at school on a regular basis, and when he got it at school, he also got it at home. And I've heard that's true for a lot of people. I think I was right towards the kind of the tail end of that. I did get spanked. I did get paddled, I guess you could say, with like the wooden kitchen spoon, you know what I mean? But not very many times. I think it was right. I was born like right at that time where they were starting to really push society was really pushing like more against that, getting more of the participation trophies, which I always thought were lame. I was like, I was in actual competitions for things like ballet and nerdy things like Odyssey of the Mind, which I loved, if you know, you know. But where you actually had to compete to win. And if you didn't win, then you were disappointed and you worked harder next time. So even at the time, I thought that participation trophies were lame. I'm like, yeah, great. I got a trophy for just being on the team. That's stupid. You know what I mean? So I know a lot of people kind of point to that as being the beginning of the end of society.
Say real quick, Indy.
Yeah.
There is a question in Rumble. Question on homeschooling in Washington State. Does one need a certain college level to homeschool without signing up to a, quote, school? I know our state is weird. Karen Peterson asked me to ask you.
You don't have to have any kind of degree you don't even have to have a degree to be a teacher in Washington State anymore, to be fair. But you don't need any kind of degree or certification. You're supposed to let them know, I believe it's at 8 years old, that you were choosing to homeschool your children. And then you basically go through and there's different there's different tracks, I guess you can say that you're doing, including unschooling or non-schooling. I can't remember which way they call it. But you can also share what curriculum. There's resources you can get. Like if you're homeschooling, you can still have your children involved in public education sports and clubs and things. So there's a lot of different ways you can do it. And oddly enough, which I don't understand why, but Washington State is actually one of the easiest states to homeschool. The person in the video that I shared, one of them said that you don't have to do anything in her state. I don't think she said which state she was in though, or if she did, I missed it. But you do, there are things a few hoops you're supposed to jump through here in Washington State, but it's actually, I've heard, one of the easiest. I think we still don't have charter schools here in Washington, although they do have like a couple that would be kind of considered like that, I think. There are some like homeschool co-op schools in a few of the districts in Washington where it's led mostly by parents. It's like a requirement for parents to be very involved in coming in and helping teach in the classrooms. And so it's kind of a merge between homeschool and public school. But yeah, it's different. It's definitely different in every state. So you have to really look at what's going on in your state. And I think it was Imir had pointed out, how much longer is it going to be before they try to get rid of homeschooling, probably nationwide. And I definitely think. Hold on one second, Carl. Hold on, Carl. I want to hear what you said, but just a second. I don't think it's going to be very long before they try to do that across the board, but I don't see them really pushing for it yet, and I'm glad for that. What did you say, Carl?
No, I thought they already did. I thought they've already taken steps to make it difficult for parents to homeschool. That's all. I've heard
I think
stories.
they have in some states. I think it's much more difficult, but like I only really know what they do here in Washington, and then what I've heard from people, anecdotally, really. Yeah, good point, John. Real education is a lifelong process.
Back to your question about what's changed, like in these parts, there's metal detectors in the schools, because they have, problem with weapons and all this stuff and drugs. And it's like, I think that the school used to be a lot more innocent place, really. Even though there were hoodlums like me back in my day, most of the kids were just there to learn and do their thing, There wasn't. I think there's just a whole lot more hoodlums or something to have that type of security on schools, and I don't know.
Right. I do want to say, I think, like in any, um, I do want to say that I think, like in any, area, like whether it's medicine or education or any field, I think there are a lot of people who go into it with really good intentions, you know, who, like me, I went into education. I always wanted to be a teacher. I felt called to be a teacher. I felt I was, and I think am gifted to teach. I was always really able to connect well with the students and get through. I always had the tough kids. I just loved them. So, but loved them in a tough love way, you know what I mean? But anyway, I think there are a lot of people who go into education with the best intentions and maybe like I didn't really see the part I was playing in the machine because I didn't recognize the machine, you know? But I think there are more and more people waking up all the time. But I also do think, like in medicine, how many people can you see come in with the same side effects from the same procedures that you've just been told to do or the same protocols before a light bulb's going to go off and you realize you're part of the problem, you know? So there's something to be said for both sides. And, also, I mean, can't we all just think of an amazing teacher we had, someone that influenced us in a really positive way? I know that I
totally.
can. I know that I can.
I got my art teacher. She was not
Yeah.
only was she beautiful, but she, she wanted me to draw women. She dug that. I got art awards.
Okay, well,
from
that's
her.
a little sketch there. If you just saying, Carl, context matters, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, right.
Stories for a later night stream.
Right, that's a backstage conversation.
Backstage conversation.
Just kidding.
Good to see you,
No,
Carl.
no. You haven't seen my drawings, probably. What's up, you?
I have. I've seen some of your drawings. I know.
The dreaded algorithm, I know, but who's the other gal up here?
Oh, it was Daryl, but she had to drop down. I know there's different opinions on corporal punishment. I really, as far as that, I really think that that's up to the parents. I mean, obviously within reason, there's laws in place. If it's, there's no excuse for abusing your child. But I don't think
in the world
spanking is abusing if it's in the right
I wouldn't
context.
spank a child that wasn't mine. That's for sure.
Right. Right.
I couldn't do that.
Oh no, I've got that stuck in my head. Now I've got some crisscross in my head. Thank you for that. Tennessee has no requirements for teaching homeschool. Okay.
Oh, no,
But Tennessee has real ID.
John Dunning, I just posted that on my community page yesterday.
Right. Co-ops. Yeah, there are a lot of really great co-ops that are out there. Some, like I said, I think can be run through the public school education system, but then a lot of people are just forming their own co-ops. There are even people that like form a group locally where they pay together to pay for a teacher for their students. So it's like kind of like the one-room schoolhouse like we were talking about before. There's remote teaching that you can do. I mean, that became really popular it was kind of a catch-22 because it revealed to a lot of families what was happening in the schools, and they wanted to pull their kids out because of it. A lot of teachers who had to teach remotely, a lot of I'm sorry, but a lot of the older teachers who really weren't tech savvy, they had a hard time transitioning to remote teaching and didn't do as well as some of the younger teachers who could, adjust and learn things quickly on the fly.
Well, I
But
don't have no kids to worry
it set
about.
people up for it too.
But if I did have children, the last place I'd want them is in some public school or private school like that. Either way, I would want them at home. I would be homeschooling them. And no, Blue, I knew how to sew before school. I was the teacher's helper because she knew I could sew.
Yeah, Jerry makes a good point. He says we fought with no guns. And I think I know what you mean there, Jerry. Like I remember people, this really wasn't there. My youngest of my 3 older brothers is 5.5 years older than I am. And between the time that he was in high school and when I was in high school, so in those 5.5 years, 6 years, let's say, there was definitely a shift in society where, you know, they had the smoking cage. You could smoke on campus in the smoking cage. You know, that's what they called it. It was like a big, you know, gated in part of the campus. You could have your gun in your truck, you know what I mean, in your car window. It wouldn't matter. And that was something that was totally acceptable and not a big deal. Like nobody even noticed. And in those 5.5 years, it went from that to there's no way when I was in school a gun would have ever been. It was a no gun zone. There's no way it would have been allowed. And actually, now that I say that, I wonder when no gun zones first became a thing. I wonder if it was during those 5 years, 6 years. But you know,
In the
and then
70s,
smoking wasn't allowed, and you usually couldn't leave campus unless you were a senior, you know, or weren't supposed to. But yeah.
I can remember
Yeah.
vividly
Oh,
in
exactly,
junior
Blue.
high school, Indy is, you know, everybody would stand off the school property in the morning and smoking weed and cigarettes, and all the teachers would be pulling in, and they'd see you. There was nothing they could do about it because you weren't on school property. But if they caught you on school property, they could do something. But they had their own little
Very
smoking
dumb.
lounge. You know?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to continue this. You know, it kind of ties in together. So let's go ahead and pull up this next video. Like I said, it is June, so this is why it's kind of on the radar about Pride Month. But I really liked what this woman had to share. And the channel is Who Dat Washington. Here we go.
I made a video last year that my wife and we don't celebrate Pride, and I wanted to make that same type of video again in 2026. I don't find the Pride flag inclusive whatsoever. I do not need a rainbow flag to feel confident about who I am. And it's sad to me that so many people look to the Pride Month, look to June, and look to the rainbow flag to feel inclusion. It is 2026. There is absolutely no rights I am not allowed to have because I'm married to a woman. You know, I don't call myself as a gay woman here because I don't need to define what my sexuality is to the world. I'm a woman married to a woman. I also don't need to feel like I feel pressure to go to one side or the other based on my politics. So in 2026, we do not need these type of pride events to celebrate somebody's sexuality to feel included. Get outside of this victimhood mentality and everybody's against you. Now, are there people out there that are homophobic? Absolutely. Are they awful, terrible human beings because they want something different based on their religion? Not necessarily, but you don't have to agree with them. That's why state and local elections are important. So if you have representatives screaming from the mountaintops homophobic stuff, vote somebody else in. But at the same time, I don't think our country is as homophobic as the Democrat leftist party wants you to think it is. I find the most hate from people from the left. I have gotten inbox messages of happy Pride this month, even though I know you don't celebrate it with your wife, and how dare you, and you vote against individuals' rights, like people reaching out to me out of the blue that I haven't talked to in forever. So that's the type of hate I receive just because my wife and I don't subscribe to the LGBTQ agenda, because specifically it's harmful to children. In this world of LGBTQ love and acceptance, it starts with them. It starts with them loving and accepting who they are and not pushing all this agenda stuff onto children. And we have to come together and love each other first, rather than expect somebody to love you because of your sexuality when you don't even love yourself, nor do you love other people who think differently.
And you know the crazy part about this is, of all people, and this is not the only person who has disagreements with the Pride community or Pride Month. And honestly, she is spot on, because and I'm just gonna be honest, they all act like they are victims who want to feel included when they all are already included, but they don't need this type of shit to make them feel included. We don't have a problem against you. We have problems when you push shit on kids, and we have problems when you push shit on us. It's okay to be who you are. I still think you're weird, but you don't need this type of stuff to make it known to society, because honestly, at this point, all they're trying to do is pretty much be heard, make it known to society that we're here, not me, but they are here. And at the end of the day, we really don't give a fuck. And I've said this before. A lot of these people are nothing but childish, grown ass, childish bastards who don't know how to get their life together and don't know how to work on themselves first. And let's be honest, and I've said this plenty of times, just like the biggest enemy when it comes to women is other women, because there's a left and a right. The biggest enemy when it comes to these people who don't condone Pride Month is the people who condone Pride Month and who also want to push this agenda on kids. So let's be honest, everybody got enemies behind closed doors. Just like the black culture hate black conservatives. Everybody has enemies. And if you don't agree with them because they think they're a community, they will kick you out, ridicule you, threaten you, and all types of shit. So this is nothing new under the sun. This is just kind of, and I'm not going to say just kind of being noticed, but this has been noticeable for a while now. And more people are actually coming out and actually trying to explain this often.
Quick follow-up video to the Pride video I made yesterday. There was a time where Pride served my wife and I, and it's okay to admit when Pride doesn't serve you anymore. Early on in our relationship, we went to Pride to feel a sense of belonging. We've been together 16 years. And when we first got together, I was going through chemo. I had no hair. I had the big moon face. I was going through a lot, and she still loved me. We went to these Pride events because we weren't honest with our friends and family that we were together. It was, 8 years or so into our relationship where we finally started telling people, because we grew up LDS, we grew up Mormon, and we didn't want to disappoint our families and have our families ostracize us like what we were seeing so many people facing. So we decided to lie about our relationship, and we were best friends. Everybody knew, and we all laugh at it now, but that's what our survival technique was. We knew we belonged with each other, but we didn't want to also sacrifice our family and the religion we grew up in. So there was a lot of moving pieces. Now, 16 years later, Pride doesn't serve us anymore. It has become such a dysfunctional thing that when we look to it as a community, we felt the community 16 years ago. We felt that, and we were so excited to go to Pride and go to the parade and go to the festivals and feel like we belonged. It doesn't serve us anymore because we are ostracized from that community because we think different and have different views. And why Pride has become so political is beyond me. But it is 2026. Pride doesn't serve you lifelong in your life. That's okay. It doesn't serve my wife and I anymore, and it maybe doesn't serve a lot of other people, which in my comments it looks like it doesn't anymore. And that's fine. You don't need to find community under a flag, a rainbow flag. You don't need to find community because people identify sexually the same way you do. And that you don't need that. You just need a community of people who love and support you. And oftentimes that's your friends and family outside of the community that actually love you the most. Because if you're anything different than what the community wants you to think, feel, and believe, they will ostracize you in a heartbeat. Pride served its purpose for us, and now it doesn't anymore. And I wish people could see that it doesn't have to serve their purpose long term.
And that's why she's she's on it. And shout out to her story. It's phenomenal. I'm happy that she's doing well. And I mean, hey, nothing against her.
The Pride video I made about my wife and I not celebrating Pride has gone a little viral, and I've gotten a lot of new followers. So I just want you to know, like, when you're liking my TikTok page here, maybe I should just cancel myself and let you guys all know that, like, my wife and I are common sense free thinkers. We're independent, conservative leaning individuals. We do not subscribe to the LGBTQ craziness because we're all about protecting children. Right. We live in the state of Utah. We have a 20-year-old daughter who's on the autism spectrum. And so we are caregivers to a child of ours that has a lot of special needs. Okay, we love to travel. I love photography. I love sports. But at the end of it, my wife and I are just normal people. We don't subscribe to these crazy left ideologies. And so I'll talk a lot about getting out of victimhood mentality because I truly, truly feel the Democrat Party loves keeping their voters victims. They love keeping them in this like glass case of emotion that keeps him in these silos and thinks like, oh my gosh, the world is on fire because Donald Trump is our president. And that's not the case.
Right.
Look outside, look to God, look to the world. Like I live in Utah, I go to the mountains, I listen to music, I literally go outside and touch grass. Get outside the victimhood mentality. There's a better life outside of the politicians have told me and the mainstream media have told me to hate Donald Trump, so my whole life is going to go downhill because I hate Donald Trump. So if you want to still follow me, great. But I do not apologize for who I am, for what I believe, for the common sense free thinking that I have, because I once was a part of that whole society of people thinking everybody was against me because I fell in love with my wife, because I left high demand religion. So that's who I am. That's who my wife and I are. And I'm glad you're here, but just know what you're getting when you follow my TikTok.
Shout out to this woman for standing 10 toes down, man. And I'm telling you right now, there's more people like this often than actually rock with the conservatives. And honestly, I think, and I've already said this once before, guess what? The pride community is dead. It's already been said and done. Shout out to this one again, and I'm gonna definitely leave a link in the description to her channel on TikTok.
All right. Great video. I really appreciate her and speaking out. You know, I know others from the LGB community who feel the same way, and a lot of them have a hard time speaking out about it because of the ostracization that they get. Joe made the point, it's ironic that the symbol God gave us as a promise to never flood the entire world because of their sinfulness is being used to represent sinful lifestyles. And I do think that that's absolutely by design. I think that that was chosen as a mockery of it for that reason. Like a lot of things that are done, it's done as like a mimicking or a mockery of the divine.
Yeah, isn't that what they call living in the upside down?
Yeah, right, exactly. Okay.
Children should be
go ahead, Carl.
Children should be kept in the dark and clueless about anything adult as long as possible. If a child learns too much about things, whether it's straight sex, homosexual, or whatever, it alters it. Their childhood can be robbed from them. In my opinion, a child can lose his childhood because he knows too much and gets him into trouble and all of this. But it blows my mind that they would push that kind of thing in schools. All right, that right there just shows me that evil is out there and strong. All right, because that's unthinkable. Imagine them doing this 40 years ago or trying to do that 40 years ago. You know, it just wouldn't happen. There's just no way that would have happened in the past. Um, it just, I wish we could go back to the don't ask, don't tell. All right, because it was better that way. Nobody was rubbing anything in anybody's face, and it does look like they're trying to push that homosexual agenda on everyone, or like trying to make us accept it or something. It's not homophobia if you're not scared of something. Phobia means you have a fear of something. I'm not scared of it. I just don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want to have it. I don't want to see guys kissing in every fucking movie I watch. All right. I don't need to see that shit. They're overdoing it, you know?
I think you're 100% right. And I don't want you to raise your
Yeah,
hands.
I'm grabbing that right now, Ansai.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, sorry. I don't want anybody to raise their hands, but, and it's maybe not necessarily personal experience, but anybody who is sexualized too early, life is really friggin' strange, and it's a hard thing to deal with and just manage when literally puberty. God made us this way. Children, innocent, puberty, things change, and then you go on about your adult life. But when children are sexualized too young, it's complicated and it's not necessarily good. So I totally agree with you, Carl, that all that shit should be behind the veil for children until they're not only physically mature but emotionally mature, which is not 14 or 15. And I think we can see the consequences of all of that. So,
absolutely. I put the link in the chat that was in the video description. It's to her TikTok. That was the woman who was speaking in the last vid. Let's see, what did I say here? Hold on. Catherine Mort. I can't see the whole thing. Here, let me go to it. There we go. Catherine Mortimer is her name. And Anta, if you want to look and see if she has a YouTube, it's possible she does, but he posted her TikTok, so I'm guessing not.
The other thing I would say about that commentator, smart guy, and I got the Denzel Washington vibe if he wasn't a professional faker actor. Something about his cadence just reminded me of Denzel.
I didn't pick up on that, but
okay,
I hear what you're saying. I mean, something to consider is, I think you know this, but a lot of people, I don't know if it would be the case for him, but a lot of people, if they're watching certain actors or, radio voices or whatever, even as they're growing up, they learn to imitate that, in speaking.
Right. Yeah. He drew me in. I guess was the reason that I even noticed that.
Oh, gotcha. Right. Yeah, that is part of it too. I think Navy vet, part of the depopulation agenda, especially when they're mutilating children, in the name of gender affirming care. Yeah. Interesting. OVP. I hadn't heard that. Heterophobia.
I literally just saved some photographs of a place I know here in Michigan with thousands and thousands of abandoned grindstones and millstones all over the place in the woods, on the side of Lake Huron, lots of them.
So we got plenty out there. We just need some rope.
A lot of rope.
Okay. Hey, covered by CQ. Good to see you. Right? Exactly, John. Let the children just be children. Right. And I think most of us, I'll speak for myself. I have no qualms with what anybody wants to do in the bedroom as long as it's consensual with the people they're doing it with, but leave the kids out of it. Leave the children out of it. They don't need to know. It used to be that you couldn't even talk about sexual development until I think it was 5th grade in our district. And then it was like very basic, like the anatomy, you know what I mean? Like labeling anatomy. That was about it. And then it wasn't until I think it was like, I want to say like maybe 7th or 8th grade is when they would start actually teaching sex ed. And they separated the boys and girls, and, had it talked about in a kind of tactful way. And I don't even know if that was even appropriate looking back on it. That might have been the beginning of that kind of slide into what they're doing now. But now you can have your children in a like an early childhood education program, which somebody mentioned earlier, means they're they can be in the program for 30 years at that point. If they're in from the time they're 2, because they're offering that at really young ages, especially in like sanctuary states, 2 until all the way up through university, So, but they're, even if in the preschools or early at childhood education programs, they have LGBTQ plus whatever books and things that they're teaching. They're teaching to the children. And there's a video coming up that's going to share a little bit more about this. So let's go ahead and pull up these next videos because it's kind of along these same lines. This is one from a few years back with Awaken with JP, and just kind of a tongue-in-cheek look at Pride Month.
I'm hetero. As a heterosexual, this is the month that everyone should recognize and celebrate my sexuality, which has always been a fantasy of mine. It's kind of hot. What do I take the most pride in? My values, my accomplishments, my morals, how I treat people. No, I take the most pride in where I stick my penis. Women. I think vaginas are terrific. Yes, I think corporations should do special hetero logos for this month. I mean, it's their job to make me feel sexually validated. And if they don't, I'll take my business elsewhere. Okay? As great as this month is, some people don't like to celebrate. They're like, oh, sexuality is something that should be expressed privately. Well, public displays of sexuality are a real turn on for me, and I need to use other people for that. with or without their consent, because it honors my bravery as a person. Yeah, I just live a few houses down. I have a penis between my legs. This is locked. Sexuality is the last thing that should be private. It's not that hard to celebrate Hetero Pride Month. All you have to do is ask yourself, how can I sexualize everything I do? It's appropriate. This is the month to be loud and proud. Last night I told this lady, I'm hetero, like, aggressively. Vaginas are just where it's at for me. And she was like, I'm just trying to sell you Girl Scout cookies. And I was like, how can you when you don't know this about me? So she started crying and I was proud. So empowering.
Hey, how's it going, neighbor?
I'm aroused by women. I honestly don't understand why some people have to be so heterophobic and not be interested in my sexuality this month. It's like when a guy goes to a park and exposes his private parts to a stranger. What's wrong with that?
It makes the stranger feel violated.
Violated? Why can't they be interested? Show some solidarity with me, bigot. Wonder why they call them private parts. Doesn't make sense. You think they'd be called public parts. I think they should do a remake of Brokeback Mountain for my community. Little hetero representation would be nice. It's one thing if you make everything about you, that kind of makes you a narcissist. But if you make everything about your sexuality, what's that?
Perverted.
Brave. Oh, hey, do you want to know where I like to stick my penis?
No, not at all.
Well, I want you to know.
Get away from me, creep.
In women.
I'm calling the cops.
I'm being brave. That's discrimination right there. Because I'm hetero. Well, not watching the NBA anymore. Their logo's not catering to my sex drive. Yes, sexuality is a basic physiological function that all animals in nature have. But I take pride in my other physiological functions as well. Like bowel movements. Like a month for that too. My penis is attracted to vaginas. This is what I base my identity on. Because I want to get the most out of life. And hopefully this month can inspire many others to do the same.
All right. I love JP. But just, throwing some humor at it. And I think he makes some good points, But I know a lot of people also look at like how veterans get one day, those who sacrifice their lives in the military get one day. And then there's a month just to sexualize children and promote sexuality. It doesn't really make a lot of sense.
It's difficult. It's hard for a guy to have any machismo in this world these days. If a guy comes on a panel without a shirt on, people fucking melt. All right, it's like it's weird. Just saying. What happened to beefcake and all that?
Thanks for checking in.
Too much soy, Carl. That's what happened.
Oh, well, I miss the way gals. I miss the way gals used to dress. To be honest, I mean,
yeah, where it wasn't all
it
hanging
seems
out
to
everywhere.
me there was a lot more femininity in the world back in the day.
Well, there's what is it? The trad wives. Like, there's a trad movement where people are going back towards that. Partially out of necessity. I think like people are learning how to cook again, or, sew, or all these different skills, garden, that canning, all these things that were sort of lost to many. And I know, especially in the prepping and homesteading communities, those skills weren't lost to everyone. There are a lot of people that were raised with that, raised with prepping and raised with gardening. But there are a lot of us that didn't have that really growing up either, or, my mom gardened, but she didn't grow food. She grew plants that they looked pretty, but they weren't, they weren't in preparation for anything. They didn't serve like a more useful purpose. And, we canned a little bit, but not a lot, but she was an amazing cook, I will say. So, but I think a lot of those skills are making a comeback. And I think that's part of the femininity I think you're talking about, Carl, kind of ties in.
Yeah, well, I just noticed it's not a new thing. It's been a couple decades of it, where it's just, I guess the fashion has changed plus people, I don't know. I do know I've heard women say they don't even want to dress like, feminine out in public. They feel vulnerable or something, they'd rather just dressed for convenience, you know.
Yeah.
What's up, Virginia Roots?
Hey, V. Good to see you.
Anybody else? Bearded Unicorn. See, he's in there.
Bearded unicorn. I love how you call him that.
Well, I kind of think the society clearly has changed, and adaptation is the best way. The homeschooling is great. JP, he always flips it upside down or asks questions that people
Mhm.
don't want to hear the answer to, and I think that's how we adapt. And I think that's
Exactly,
how
Miss
we can help the generations behind us get their head out of their ass, for lack of a better word, and kind of just we're
Good
never
point,
going
Nikki.
back. Sadly, we're like never going back. But while we're here, we can make it as good as we can.
Right. See, but Blue, I think you're maybe saying this tongue in cheek, but that's part of the problem. I think is that people. He says, yeah, before women started wearing men's clothes. Am I right? I think you're talking about the femininity thing, but I think it's to me, it's almost. Oh, hold on one second, Bonnie. Thanks for coming. Hold on one second. I think it's kind of like how the way I see it, a lot of the people who scream the loudest about being anti-racist are the ones who also want to put all races in a box right now. They want to say, well, you've been, repressed in your life because of your race. Everything's about race or gender. That it's all about being in the boxes. And even though they're the ones crying the loudest, that maybe against all of that. And I think it's the same kind of thing. It's like people fought so much against like putting women in a certain box or men in a certain box that now if you dress like a boy, you must want, and you're born a female and you dress like a boy, you must want to be a boy. You must think you're a boy instead of being what they used to call a tomboy, and just letting you be who you are and not going along with the box of those gender norms. To me, that makes a
Well,
lot
I
more
forgot
sense.
to say too that some gals can convert in a heartbeat. I mean, I've seen gals that are a tomboy that clean
Right.
up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. Yeah. Pants are ours, Blue says. Yeah, and like I said, I know you were kind of joking there, but just made me think of that. Virginia, it is good
Well,
to see
on
you.
that note, I'm half Scottish and half Native American, so really, my ancestors didn't like pants at all.
Yeah. See, but
No,
Blue, I
they
mean,
didn't.
but men can wear kilts, you know what I mean? And really nowadays, I mean, look at was it back like with Nirvana? They wore dresses, you know what I mean? Like you really can. You just have to have the balls to do it.
Wait, well, so this is the thing. I got to say this now because I'm on this fucking panel, and now I got to address it. I ain't never, and I ain't never gonna. And I can't imagine one thing turning a girl off quicker than a guy wearing her fucking clothes. So it just
Right.
seems like,
Okay,
detrimental
team
to your
kilts. I'm
own.
I'm I'm okay with kilts and things along those lines, but yeah, no, a dress would not do anything for me. Seeing a man in a dress, meaning, but I'm just saying you could do it just like a female could wear a tuxedo to prom instead of a dress if they wanted to. And yeah, they might get some comments, but it's up to you. So live outside the box, but
Well,
you can do that without
comedy
saying
wise,
that you're claiming that you're supposed to be the other gender.
well, comedy wise, all right. This always reminds me of this. I grew up
Yes,
seeing
I know
things
you
like
do.
Klinger, like Klinger on MASH, and it
Right.
seemed to me that
Right.
Jerry Lewis, all kinds of comedians used to dress in dresses all the time. Monty Python, they were like that all the time. And back in the day, I didn't think nothing of it. I just thought it was comedy. But now I see that shit, and it gives a bad taste in my mouth. You know what I mean? It's like I don't want to watch it.
Right.
It's different now. It used to be funny. It's not even funny to me anymore.
Karen Peterson over in Rumble says, I get yelled at for dressing like a female and for taking longer than 15 minutes to leave the house. Sorry, I love looking like a female and nice. Yeah. Okay, Bonnie, can we hear you? Because it's kind of been muffled. Go ahead.
Is it my mic?
Yeah, hold on one second. Let me see if I can do anything on this end. But okay, go ahead and say something.
I'm on my phone because I was having trouble with the mic on my computer.
Okay, say something again.
So
There, I think that's a
you know
little
I
better.
have to come up and counter Carl.
Of course. I expected it.
Brother, you know I'm going to. So I do wear dresses, like through the summer especially. Texas is hot. But the thing is, what so I think the way I was raised was to be very conservative because men can be overly zealous about the way women dress. And so you don't show the goods until you're married, and they are only for that special one. So I think that that's where a lot of the problem is now with people wearing less clothes is causing more of an attitude like it's free, come and get it. Does that make sense? Does any of this make sense?
Yes, it makes absolute sense because when I wished for a gal that would dress really sexy, I should have specified for me. Or if I, wish for a gal that was really good in the bedroom, I should have specified my bedroom. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I get what you're saying.
Right. Interesting thought there, notable. But I don't think so. I mean, I don't. That's a tough one. Notable says, does a child not have as much right to privacy and freedom from parental conditioning as the parents expect for themselves? It is one of the most fundamental problems facing humanity today. I think that parents have the right until the children have well, right now legally it's 18, right? But their brains don't even fully develop until what is it, 22 or something? So no, I don't think that they do have a right to any kind of freedom from parental conditioning or control, but there are better and worse parents. They're like, I hope I'm a good parent, and what I'm doing is, in homeschooling, but just in life school. I like how somebody said that, life school. I try to teach them to be open-minded and to think critically, and I'm not trying to push my agenda on them. Do I tell them what I believe? Yes, but I also share with them other beliefs that don't match mine. Kind of like I do here with chat. I highlight comments I don't agree with, but it's thoughts that you guys are sharing, and we're all part of the conversation. I don't want my kids. First of all, when does that ever? I mean, very rarely does it work to shove your kids in a box and tell them this is what you're going to do, this is what you're going to be, and then have them not rebel against it. So there's that. But I don't want them to be or do anything because I make them do it. I want them to be who they are. But I
I
don't think
can't
that
believe
dressing
it.
as a girl, as a boy when you're a child means that you're a girl, and I'm sure as hell not gonna say, "Yeah, you're a cat," because you wanna play that you're a cat, you know what I mean? So there's a line. That to me, that's actually abusive. Hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
I to that comment, that's an interesting question, and I think it depends on what you think children are. If you think they're your property, and I'm not saying you, Indy, so don't take it that way, or anybody else in chat, but if a person thinks they're their property, then they're going to manage them as that. If they think they're an individual little soul flipping through the universe, getting ready to, join the hippie bus or whatever, then yeah, they have those rights and freedoms. But if a person thought of them as a child of God that they're here to nurture until they can do it on their own, then absolutely the parents are going to be in charge of them and make sure they have the information to make good choices and keep themselves out of danger and, keep them from the bad neighbor down the street and all those things. So when I see a question like that, it's like, okay, well, maybe they do have the right to privacy and freedom, but that depends on how you see the child. And I can tell you myself and all the children I've ever seen in life do not have the experience or the mental ability to make those choices for themselves, which is why I kind of think we have parents.
Exactly. Parents are to be the guidance for the child until they reach the age of accountability, which varies child to child. When they are depending on you, there's going to be rules and there's going to be consequences.
Right. Jinxheimer, that's what I thought when I read it. Yeah, agreed, Bonnie.
And
that shouldn't be up to anyone other than a parent, you know?
Yes.
It's all I was thinking, Indy, is I find it incredibly sad that the state or government can be involved in between a parent's rights, you know, or that there's even, I mean, I imagine there's cases where that needs to be, but that's where it's like even sadder to think that parents have lost their ability to raise children, you know?
Well, that's if you let them control you. I did not. But
right.
It's every aspect of our lives now. It's how we treat our land, it's how we live, it's how we, even out in public, they try to tell us what we have to accept, what we have to, how we can speak. There's certain words you can't say, or you're labeled something or other. It's over and beyond.
It doesn't feel like the land of the free that I was told it was.
No, it's far from free.
I actually, you know, I did feel freer when I was younger, and I kind of feel sorry for the youth of today, not just kids, but even like the 30 and 40-year-olds. They don't even know the liberties that used to be. You know, it was a different world, and I don't think it's supposed to be the way it is. And I feel sorry for anybody that's growing up in this shit.
I'm concerned for our youth. It's
absolutely.
You know, it's sad. Well, here they grow up that way. They hunt, they fish, they take care of animals. So it's a part of life. But then the world steps in and tries to persuade them. But look how nice it is over here. Don't you want to get away from all that, the hard work, and so I think that's where the problem is with youth, is this, if they fall into that trap of society, because society is not for the good. It seems.
I agree with you there, Machinist. But that should be up to the parents, you know, in my opinion. Yeah, agreed, Bonnie.
It is to any other parent on this earth. Any other animal or critter is in full control of their, you know, offspring. But us, we've got, you know, other people making choices about your children and shit. That just seems fucking really wrong to me.
Right. And go try and mess with one of those animals' pups or cubs or whatever they are and see what happens. Even the deer. You go mess with a fawn and that deer is coming after you.
Brenda
I
makes a
know
good
my
point.
mama would have shot you. I'm sure of it. If I was a baby and you'd have come at my mom, I would have shot you. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You know?
Right. Brenda makes a good point here. She says the government thinks that children are their property. That's the problem. And I do think that is a huge part of the problem. I also think that's part of the agenda that they're pushing, you know? Here in Washington State, I know I've shared this a million times, but I want to make sure everybody knows because it's coming for everybody. And I think it's probably true in other states too. I just know for sure it is in Washington. Right now, from the age of 12, it's either 9 or 12. We'll say 12. We'll go with that number. But from 12 up, they if they make a choice at school, if they're born a male and they want to be transition to female or whatever, or vice versa, or any of anything, like they want to, a girl wants to be put on birth control in 3rd grade, I guess that would be 5th grade, maybe at 12, still 5th grade. Anything along those lines, they can do it in Washington state, and they will actually even give them transportation to a Planned Parenthood, for example. And specifically, they do work with Planned Parenthood. They have clubs. Planned Parenthood has clubs now at the schools here in Washington, and I'm sure in other states, where they can do all of those things, and they don't even have to inform the parents at all. They can keep it secret from the parents.
Yeah.
And that's actually going against
Awesome.
federal legislation under Trump, but our superintendent is a total deep state pawn and, a useful idiot, and he doesn't care. And he's like, until the Supreme Court says I have to do it, we're not going to follow those laws and the federal laws in Washington state,
Actually,
I
the
think that's
government thinks they own all of us.
yeah, good call, Bonnie. Yeah, valid point. Yeah, do not comply. Right. And unfortunately, too many people also believe that the government are our rulers. People I hear them say, our rulers say, or
the 9 scariest words in the English language.
Right.
And you know that one?
Yeah. I'm here from the government, or I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Yep. Yeah. Right. And all of that's by design too. Blue says, yep, since the introduction of the nuclear family, parents work while the state raises the kids. But I don't think it's because of the nuclear family. I think it's because of inflation and them pushing women's rights and whatever else after World War II or during World War II, but then making it so that we can't. It's a lot more difficult for decades now, but especially now, to be able to afford to live off of one income. And so it makes it so that it's more difficult to have a stay-at-home mom or a stay-at-home dad, for that matter, and have one person working. You can't really support your family that way. I don't know how single moms do it. I mean, I know there's support out there, and I am a socialist by no means, but I can see why there can be some programs out there to support them. The difference is, I think it should be voluntary and things that the community does to support people like single moms, and widows, for that matter, and things along those lines, rather than and better, even all of it. I think that it should be the community that's doing it, not things that are forced for people to pay into. And the money doesn't even go in the programs they're forced to pay into. It doesn't even go to those things. You know what I mean? It's all skimmed off the top for the bureaucracy before it gets anywhere near the people it's supposed to be helping.
Right.
Absolutely.
Better save the women and children first.
Yeah.
Well, and it used to be the community would take care of each other.
Right.
There's a little bit of that going on in my life, to be honest, Bonnie. You guys know I'm like, not even, but even like businesses around here and stuff. Over the last couple of years, I've made alliances,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think people are moving more back to that direction too, Blue. Traditional families, it's grandparents to grandkids all living in the same house. I think people are moving more that direction out of necessity. There was a while where people didn't need to do that because they could afford, a high school graduate could find a job that would support them renting their first apartment or whatever. And now you can't do that. What kind of entry level job can you get? You can go into a trade. There are things you can do for sure. I'm not promoting university over trade or anything like that by any means. I'm just saying I think that they broke that down on purpose. And now, because of the necessity, it's one of those weird silver linings that families are having to kind of unite together. But the flip of it is, if you don't have a support system like that, if you don't have family that's going to support you, or friends or a mag or whatever that's going to help support you, then you're shit out of luck. And not only that, if you become homeless, they're making it all the time more difficult and illegal to be homeless. So,
well,
I mean, it's really a mess.
You're talking my life right now. You know that over the last 6 years, I've scratched my way as far I've been in survival mode for a long time. For the first time in a long time, I'm not in survival mode now. I've managed to get out of that situation where I've got what I need now, and I'm
Take care, Blue.
doing that all the time. I don't know. I'm not trying to brag or nothing, but trying to get this truck to where I wanted it, to where I could travel anywhere, is now happening. All right, I've got plenty to cover that and more.
Awesome,
And
Carl. That's great. I know you've been really busy. You said with work, there was a lot that kind of all rolled in at once. So I'm glad
it's
you're
still
here.
rolling in. I mean, I've
Mm-hmm.
got everything I need to do this truck. The parts are on the way. I've already spoke. I've got speaking of alliances, a couple blocks from me, a guy that I've done stuff for sewing. He's got a auto repair shop, and they don't normally take old vehicles in, but he's going to do it all. I'm getting a whole new springs. I'm getting beefy springs put on it, new shocks. The brakes are going on. I got a whole new exhaust coming. It's gonna be mint. All right, I can go anywhere I want now. All right.
That's awesome. I hope you're going to document that. But hold on one second. Hold that thought. Machinist, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciated your participation in the chat. I know you said that you wished you could come up. If you're ever able to join us on panel, I'd love to hear what you have to say. Have a good night. And good night, Blue. Okay, go ahead, Carl.
That, Mary. Yeah, didn't come easy. It's been a flipping fight for me. I'll tell you folks all straight up, man. You go off the grid, that's one thing. Try getting back on the grid, all right? Because that's where the problem laid for me, all right? I wasn't even on the fucking radar, all right? Like, I'll give you, for instance, I went to the bank to get a bank account because it was necessary for me to get my insurance. I had to have a bank account to get insurance. So, there was no record of me. And the lady said she'd never seen this before because I've never owed nobody nothing. I never had credit cards. I pay cash for everything, all right? But when I went to go get my license, it had been expired for longer than they allow, so they made me go through hoops you wouldn't believe. I had to show proof of going to school in Michigan, which there was only 3 months of evidence of it, all right, which I just got done telling you about. There was only 3 months of school that saved me. I wouldn't have been able to prove that I went to school here without it. They made me take the driving test during COVID. You had to schedule it through a company other than the Secretary of State, and they were booked up over a month, and I couldn't get there. All right, and then they made me take the computer test and the eye test. They made me show all my, past addresses, old licenses, all this shit just to get my license. And then insurance made me pay thousands of dollars to get my insurance rolling again. When I used to pay $19 a month for insurance, now I've got to pay $250 a month for insurance because I've been a high risk because I was off the grid for more than 6 months. That's all it takes, folks. Let your insurance lapse for 6 months and see how much it costs to get it back. Anyways, what I'm saying is, it's one thing to go off the grid and live like that, which I did for decades, okay? But getting back in this society, everything requires a card. You can't get a fucking U-Haul truck without a credit card. You can't get a hotel room without a credit card. You can't do a lot without that. Cash doesn't work in a lot of cases, because you don't have a mailing address and all this stuff linked together that shows who you are, that the system has to see before they'll let you do
A
it.
debit card. It doesn't have to be a credit card, but a debit card.
I see what you're saying, Blue.
By the way, hi, Bonnie.
Hi, Algo.
Depends on what it is, Bonnie. Some of them have to be a credit card.
And you're not
But
wrong
yeah,
there, Carl, but I think I drove without a license for 4 years and no insurance. Strange time in my life. And when I went back, I had to get the driver's test and all those things. And at this point, I'm thankful for where I'm at always, but I think and maybe it's the easiest way is to participate in the system just enough to get done what you need to get done. And
that's exactly right, Algo, because that's what I say all the time. I'm as free as I can be. Okay.
Right.
I'm absolutely legal. I've never had a traffic ticket, any infraction, I have a clean fucking record all the way around. Last time I got pulled over by a cop, he said I was so clean it was suspicious. All right, no shit. So, but I carry everything I own in this truck now, and I got a trailer now too. Indy, you got to see my new trailer. I carry everything I own, so I want everything legit. I do not break the law. I do not carry illegal substances or items in my vehicle. I do have proof of insurance, my registration and license right handy. I know how to speak to an officer. I'm not gonna
Right.
fuck up and lose
Right.
shit.
Moon, it's
Okay,
good to
well,
see you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you guys are making me crack up a little bit there in chat.
I'm just the
Not yet,
opposite.
oops. Don't comply.
I'm
Yeah,
breaking the
insurance is.
rules.
Go ahead, Bonnie. Go ahead.
I said I'm just the opposite. I'm breaking all the rules, I guess. But that's okay.
Hey, if you can get by with breaking them, break it. And if you
Well, I think
can't,
that's the point.
right?
Oh, I've never broke a rule in my life.
But
Yeah.
I tell you, Bonnie, there was
Green dime here.
23 years when I didn't file a 1040 with
Mm-hmm.
zero consequences. And so, I mean, that's why I say you participate in the system as much as you need to.
Yeah.
When you
Well,
need
check
to get
this
stuff
one
done.
out, algorithm. Check this out. In 1998, I sent my income taxes in because I've always done them myself, and I sent them in, and I had learned some things, and I've got this document they sent me back that says that I do not have to pay taxes for anything if I don't make over $21,000 a year. Okay, and as long as you stay within a certain bracket, you're not bound to any income tax laws. I don't owe any income tax. I don't pay any. I refuse to. I know what the fuck my tax dollars are going to. So I don't. If I can get around anything like that, I will.
Yeah, every time. And that's the adaptation I talked about when I spoke earlier about, okay, so the world sucks now, but we still have to adapt. I think that's what we do. And there's
Well, I have. I mean, it's
yeah,
painful,
clearly
algorithm.
you
That's the
have.
thing.
Clearly you have. But
This is the thing. Is people don't realize just what you do sacrifice to be that way.
right.
Because you sacrifice luxuries and comforts and all these things. But it's even just like I boycotted Chinese made shit 30 years ago.
Yeah, so you
I
own nothing.
refuse to- I own nothing that says China on it. I will go out of my way to find something that doesn't say that on that.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's used and it's from the 70s and you have to fix it to make it work. I get. No, I totally get you.
Yep.
And I think
I
that's
mean,
the adaptation, right?
I'm
That's
not
the
expecting
adaptation.
anybody else to do this. I'm not trying to get nobody else to live like this or be this way. This is for my own purpose.
Right. And that's the adaptation piece. And I will tell you from my life experience, it's very empowering and it's very exciting. And there's always like, you're never sure you're going to make it. But once you make it, that's such a good thrill. And I mean, I would not trade any of my choices for that. But I'm not really that plugged in. I'm plugged into a couple of the internet things, Rumble and YouTube and, a few things, but I've never taken government assistance for anything. I haven't done a census
I don't
in
do
who
anything. I
knows
get no
when.
check. I don't get
Thanks,
Social
Indy.
Security. I don't get no checks. Never got no inheritance. I don't get no food cards. I don't get nothing like that. All right. If I don't make money, I don't eat. All right. It's simple as that. And I've got really two bills that I got to worry about: my truck insurance and my phone bill. Everything else, I don't.
Is
That's why I'm
optional, yeah.
able. I'm in this position right now where I'm making money and able to save it to do what I need to do. That's when it gets to that mode, and I've been here before, trust me, where when everything's working right and I'm making money and I got the jobs coming in, I'm doing pretty well, but during the
Yeah, I
winter
agree
when
with that,
no
Virginia.
boat tarps, no nothing going on, it gets rough, and it's like it's feast or famine. It really is. And this time, it's not going to be a famine because I'm not going to be here this winter. My main goal is to be on the road and going places by that time because I can find work elsewhere in the world, if not in Michigan during blizzards. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and I think that's not only just congratulations is not the right word, but for you to be doing the best you can when a lot of society's struggling, that's awesome. That's great. You're living what you want to live. And who could ask for more? And praise God, right?
Love it,
No,
Lauren.
I'm
Sorry.
very thankful, and I've spoke about it. I talk to Jesus about it all the time because I'm thankful right now because I see this plan coming to fruition that I've been talking about with even everybody here on YouTube. I've talked about it for 3 years. All right, so it's taken a lot to get to this point, but man, it's rolling together now, and it's just I'll be honest, I've been charging people. All right, if they want me to make something, I'm charging them because everything fucking cost me more nowadays. I had to raise my prices and shit, and I used to feel pretty guilty about that, but I'm in a mode, you know. I'm on a mission now. I see the light at the end of the tunnel kind of deal.
Did you see this comment from Lauren, Carl? He says the dolphins want to swim with camo. Mosquitoes don't bite him out of respect. I love it.
I love this community, man. I get a lot of respect for being a nobody. I'm telling you, I'm humbled by the love and and the help that people have given me in this community. That's why I'm still here. I don't even like people. All right, I get tired of people.
You fake it really well, Carl.
So he says, but he can out-talk any of us for what, 40 hours was it, Carl?
Well, that comes from customer relations. I'm really good at selling shit,
You're good at the gab.
Yeah. JM says, with the amount of tax I pay, there should be no potholes on the roads and we should be living in frickin' nirvana. Yeah.
Right.
And it's because of money laundering. They're not trying to actually solve the problems. They're trying to skim what they can off of the top and give money to those that they support,
Yeah, and real quick, you and I and other people say money
And I
laundering, but
absolutely don't like cats. You're damn straight.
oh, hold on a second. Let me get that word. Look at that cutie patootie. And the cat too. So cute.
Yep.
What is its name? Is it a little boy or a little girl? Or male or female, I should say.
That's Dora.
Dora. Cute.
She's a sweetie. Yep.
She's
Very cute
the
girl.
explorer. You know what I mean? This is the one that's.
I had this song in my head. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Can you
Now
say
it's the map.
gato?
I'm the map. I'm the map.
I'm actually a fucking
I babysat a lot during Dora days. But think
That's
about
what
that,
I
actually, side quest. That was like the beginning of kind of like interactive AI in a way for a lot of children. They would have, and for those who might not know, it was a show where it had Dora the Explorer, and it was a pretty harmless show. I'm not trying to make it into something it wasn't, but they would say it was kind of like in Fahrenheit 451, where the wife of Montag's wife was like speaking to the walls, the actors, and they would say something and say, I think her name was Linda. What do you think, Linda? And then she had a script that she could read, and it made me think of Dora the Explorer because she would do that. She'd be like, what do you guys think? Or do you see the star? Where's the star? And then she'd wait and have the kids have a chance to respond. And it was very interactive in that way, which at the time I thought was clever, but in another way, it's really like manipulative, Anyway,
yeah, the mind control aspect of that.
Yeah, especially for preschoolers,
Backpack.
Right.
Okay, look fierce. This is another one. Look fierce for the crowd.
Stay there. Get back over here.
Look fierce.
Oh,
Come
what
here,
a cutie! I miss having pets. I know.
This guy is the male, and he's twice as thick as everyone else. I call him Chunk because he's a chunk.
How many did you get in that
This would be the
litter?
truffle shuffle. Right, Joe.
How many did
The
you
other
get in that
one's
litter,
just
Carl?
Needy. I got Needy, Chunk, and Dora. That's what I'm calling them.
All right, 3 of them.
Living the dream there, Yankee, and good to see you. Yankee says, tell me about it, Carl. I'm living in a van down by the river by choice. Yeah, it's the way to go.
I can relate with that, man. Let's just caravan or something someday, we'll get together and go fishing.
Right.
I'd love to be mobile.
Oh, a lot of cats there. Oops. You need to
There
pair
you
up
go,
with
Navy
Wingnut and start your guys' own, like, I don't know, home for cats and dogs.
I don't really care what it is. I like all critters, even the tasty ones.
Mm-hmm.
We like those the best.
Even tasty ones. Right. Thanks, Jam.
Carl
Yeah.
knows that's why they named it
Kitty
PETA,
cams.
right? You know that,
PETA.
Carl? That's why they call it PETA.
I hadn't heard that before.
It stands for people eating tasty animals. And they get so mad if you're in a PETA place and you say that. They don't like that.
Right. Dogs have masters, cats have servants.
I'm pretty sure that
Correct.
humans wouldn't even exist if we didn't eat animals.
We would not exist. No.
Right.
We'd have
You know,
died off a
that's another
long
thing
time
about
ago.
that's another
Oh,
thing,
that's awesome
Elgo,
stuff.
about all them gay folks. Nothing against them or nothing, but the joke's on them. They need straight people to make more gay people, or they're going to go extinct.
Exactly.
All right, I'm not going to go ahead and pull up the next video because I feel like we've talked about this enough. We sort of, I'm glad we had the conversation going, but I will share it. This is another content creator I really respect and like. Her name's Arielle Scarcella, and some of you might be familiar with her, but she's a lesbian. She's a member of the LGBT community, and she's also speaking out and has been and has gotten a lot of crap for it, kind of about what she's experiencing, kind of the hate she's gotten from people who are more left-leaning because of her views. And she is in this video, she's covering a lot of like what's happening in the schools with like drag queen story hour and things along those lines. So it's a good compilation of like a lot of other videos, and you guys should check it out if you want to. But let me see, which way do we want to take it? You guys have another topic we want to cover before we shift gears here, or anything that's on your minds up
I
on
do
panel
have
or
a
in chat?
topic that's on my mind. Can I do a survey in your chat? Can I
Go
ask
for it.
everybody who thinks the end of the world is coming soon to put a 1, and everybody thinks that it's going to be better, put a 2, and if you just don't know, put a 3. Because
The
this is
world
what I'm
or
seeing everywhere.
country?
Well, this is why I say this is because everywhere I go, man, it's like, oh, it's just like, a lot of people think that this is the end, like it's all gonna fold up, shit's gonna bend, shit's gonna, or we're gonna be in a civil war, or we're gonna get nuked, or everybody's in a panic or a fear or doom and gloom, and I don't know. I just don't believe it's
Well, what if
gonna
you
be
think
like
it's the it's the beginning of the end of what it's been? I
well,
don't think we're
I
probably
think
at
it's
the end of like Armageddon, or I always mix up I guess Revelation. Maybe it is Armageddon. Armageddon, if I'm getting it right, Armageddon is like
well,
the revealing, like
they're
the
all
lifting of
telling
the
me the
veil,
same
right?
thing.
No,
Apocalypse. I
I
mean,
just found out recently that they don't actually. Armageddon, if I remember correctly, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but Armageddon is actually like the lifting of the veil. It's like the Great Awakening, basically. And I always thought it meant the end of like the end times, like Revelation or Apocalypse too. But I think that they actually mean different things. Right, but I do think we're at the end of something, Yeah,
well,
exactly.
yeah.
I'll never give up.
I honestly think this is the first time I've seen evil checked so much in my lifetime. I feel like there is a strong attempt to make things better. All right. That's why I'm kind of bewildered by the doom and gloom.
But I think a lot of people claim others have doom and gloom that don't see it as doom and gloom. I don't think it was doom and gloom to seek the truth about what was happening during the pandemic, and I don't think it's doom and gloom to seek the truth about what's happening now. I will say, for someone like you who's been much more aware of how the world works and what's going on behind the scenes, whether in politics or otherwise, for a lot longer than I have, I can see how you would be able to say that it's things are being exposed more or called out more now than in the past. For me, someone who's only really paid attention to these things or known of these things for the last 6 years, most of these things for 6 years, that's not the mindset that I have, because for me, things were great before, and now I realize that wasn't the case. But I didn't see any of that being called out in the past. None of that was on my radar. I wasn't seeing, I didn't see that at all, but I also didn't see that existed. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, it
The
does. And
whistle,
we looked at it that way. Thank you.
Yeah.
the
Well, thank you.
whistleblowers
You too.
have helped because it was kind of slithered in without us knowing. And where it's
Individuals.
taking us is a very concerning. I'm not saying it's the end, Carl. Could be the end of our country if
Right.
people don't take a stand now. I mean, this what is happening right now is detrimental to all of us.
Well, the way I see this is our country already got taken over in 2020. I believe 100% that election was stolen. Until that's exposed fully and, addressed, and there's accountability for it, that if they don't do anything about it, it's just going to keep happening like it just happened in California. But I actually see that the world's aware of it. And, how did Trump win this time if they didn't do something? There's signs to me that things are changing in many ways. The border is closed, for instance, and they are deporting a bunch of criminal illegals. But I also see arrests happening, like even from the Epstein list, that prince in Norway, he just got years in prison for rape and shit. There is some accountability happening. It's just not what we've expected. It's not the big names yet. Or, there's a lot of people that think that all happened already. I don't know, but the world needs to see the fucking truth. Something's got to go down. I actually think it's going to happen very soon, right around the 4th, before, during, or after the 4th. I expect some disclosure, some groundbreaking disclosure, something, addressing COVID in 2020 and J6 and the fucking jab and all this shit should all come out at once. That's what I
And
hope
that'll
for.
make you happy. That's what'll
Oh,
make you happy.
well, it's a good start.
I
Carl,
think
none of that
accountability,
even matters.
seeing any accountability would
That's
help make me happy. What accountability have we seen? I mean, on a bigger scale, I agree with you. Like in my state and in many states, there are like smaller ring CP and pedophile rings, trafficking rings that are being busted up. You know what I mean? I do see that happening more than maybe in the past, or maybe it was off my radar before. I'm not sure, really. But I don't see the people, the big hitters at the top. I don't see any accountability for them. And that
no.
would make me
Even if
happy.
they arrest Obama, who controlled him? Because he's not the fucking mastermind behind all this bullshit. So it's not.
Agreed.
I mean, even if they arrest the main characters, there's still somebody been pulling the strings of those marionettes
Right.
the whole
But
time.
those people did a lot more to influence what happened and allow it to happen, if not encourage it and promote it to happen, than a
Or
small local
engineering.
ring. I'm not in agreement with any of it. But and
Right.
I like
Well, some
seeing the
of that was
accountability for all of
engineered,
it.
if you ask me.
Mhm.
Because, where did fucking Obama come from? He came out of nowhere, all right? And he's CIA. Bush is involved with that, and I think he was a CIA plan. Did you hear what that wrestler or that fighter said at the White House? And Michelle Obama's a man. If that's true, then they
Did somebody
lied
say
to.
that? I did not pay attention to the UFC fiasco.
Yeah, one of the guys right after the fight gets the microphone and yells it out to the world. Michelle Obama's a man. You didn't see that?
Right.
But Carl, it's not even
That's
anybody
deception.
in
That's
the
all I just
U.S.
say.
that's
All
Hold
I
on,
wanted to say.
Carl, hold on a
it's
second.
the
Let
string.
Bonnie
Want to
finish what
finish.
she's saying.
Yeah, but if I
Please.
don't finish, she's going to take it somewhere else. And that was the point was I don't care what they do or what they are, if they got in their pants, but the deception, they deceived us if that's the case. If they can deceive
Yeah,
us like that.
absolutely.
They
Yes.
can
That's
because
exactly what they've done.
it's not even anybody in the U.S. pulling the strings. Can't you see that?
Well, yeah, I know about the Rothschilds and all that shit. I know about all of it.
Go beyond that.
Okay. I mean, there's so many of them,
Our representatives don't represent us. In my opinion, I've said this several times. We've already been infiltrated and
Yeah,
overthrown.
I agree with
Most
all
of
that.
you know, that's the video I'll pull up next. Most of our government, this is not a government official for the video I'm going to share, but most of our government have dual citizenship or multiple citizenships, more than dual, and they're not only serving our country or maybe serving our country at all. You know,
Yeah,
it's
but
a
this is the
global
first time
agenda.
I've known about that for years, and this is the first time I've seen that it's a controversy now.
But that's what I'm saying. I think you were aware of a lot of these things a lot longer than definitely the vast population, the
Here's
general
something
population.
you've seen in your time
Hold
into
on,
this
hold on. I
rabbit
didn't hear.
hole.
Hold on, Carl. You have to wait till somebody's done because I can't hear you when you talk over me. So go ahead. I missed what you said, and I want to hear what you said at the beginning.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
saying that 9 years ago, nobody believed that you said the deep state. They'd say you were a conspiracy theory. There's no deep state. Now it's a common term.
Okay, so I see how like you're saying that things are moving in a positive direction because we're more aware of that, and we can have this dialogue about it.
Well, I believe
I
it.
agree.
I do.
I agree with that.
I mean,
I don't
I
believe
know.
Q. I don't believe that you can really foresee the future and say how things are going to exactly go down. But I believe things like Q were a good way to clue people into really what was going on and give them an idea of the corruption and the wicked web we weave and we practice to deceive kind of shit. I think that a lot of this attention, even though it might be bullshit, it made people more discerning, more skeptical, more inquisitive, So I think there's been like a movement to find truth. Don't you agree?
I think that a lot of what you mentioned happened to call us out. It like to see who would comply, to see how well it would work, to control us and to take, I hate to say it, but to take out as many as possible. But
Well, I did a video about that 5 years ago. I fully agree with you.
when you're talking about the dual citizenship, think of who that dual citizenship is with and why. And then go to my community page and look at the last video that I
I
posted.
saw it. I saw it.
Okay.
But listen, there's a lot of fucking psychological warfare going on right now. And I'm really not going to pay attention to a lot of it anymore. I am at the point to where I just need to see accountability. If it doesn't come, all right, then I know we've been taken over. Like Emir just said, it's fucking alien demons wearing skin suits, growing their pods in data centers all over the world. Because something's got to fucking give here. I don't know. Something's going to have to give. I think of Operation Overlord. You guys ever heard of that? It was the largest psychological warfare ever performed on this earth. It was during the Normandy campaign where they fooled the Germans into thinking they were going to storm the beaches in Italy. So they weren't ready in Normandy. And they made blow up tanks and painted planes but there was a lot more to it. They used dead bodies and shit. They put a dead body with fake documents and let it float up on the Italian shore. So they thought that was, they did a lot of tomfoolery and it worked. And I feel like we're under some major military psychological warfare, we are. I believe that 100%. So I don't
I
really know
agree with
what
you
to
there,
believe,
Blue. Well, okay,
but
so
I
Blue,
don't think
along those lines, hold
psychological.
on, hold on. Claudio, thank you for coming up. I'm glad to see you here. Welcome in. I'm going to give you a second to
Hello. Can you hear me
yeah.
good?
Yep,
Okay.
sound great. Hold on one second. I want to give you the floor for a minute and see if there was something you was on your mind that you wanted to come up and share right away. Blue said, that's my issue is that people make these things left, right, but it's just sickos at the top. And I agree. I don't think that it is left, right. I think that is an illusion of choice. I think some of them, I don't think that they all are like in on this grand scheme, I think that a lot of the
that's the
people
way
who
it's
are
been for decades. Yes, I agree. It's been like that for
right.
decades. But right now,
or longer.
there's not a fucking Democrat other than Fetterman that's got a fucking isn't bought or paid for or isn't plain fucking evil. Right?
But what
All the rest of
Republicans
them.
do you see you could say the same about?
Well, I don't think, contrary to popular belief, I don't believe Trump is evil. I don't believe J.D. Vance is evil. I got no reason to believe they are. All right. And
I've got lots of reasons.
School full of children.
But listen, I saw this guy being persecuted and accused of things for the last 10 years. All right.
But don't you think, Carol, don't you think that could be part of the psyop? We were just talking about how they manipulate us.
It could very
I
well
think
be.
they
Yes,
did
it
that
could very well
intentionally.
be. Well,
Right.
it could very well be, but I don't think he's an evil man. He's the first guy I've seen in some 40 years even mention God, all right, when it comes to a politician. So I don't think he's evil.
200 plus school children in a building?
Yes,
I don't know
Pilgrim.
what you're
Now,
talking about. I just did post something on my page about 450,000 children that went missing on Biden's watch.
Right. But I think that's them playing us against each other. That's part of the divide and conquer.
It could very well be.
It
That's
was
what I
Trump.
think
It was Trump
racism
that
was.
pushed forward the warp speed. He laid the foundation for the next administration. And if it's by
Yes.
design, then they would know to be able to roll out the mandates and everything
I
else along
don't
those
think
lines.
he's perfect. I don't follow him like he's a saint. I don't
know. I'm
worship
just saying
him.
there are plenty
But
of
I
reasons
sure don't
that I can
regret
see that he's in on
voting
the
for
same
him
plan.
3 times. I
They're
sure
all
didn't
working
want
together.
Hillary. I didn't want Biden, and I'm sure glad we don't have Kamala. So I'm not regretting my
fan
choice.
blue.
They're all working together.
Yes.
They
I'm
lay
your.
it out for
And
the
that's a
next.
lot of people here saying that voting doesn't matter. All right, and I've heard
No,
this.
Well, in
for
some states it doesn't. I mean, look at the whole West Coast. Our entire western border
if they
is
keep them
completely
cheating,
compromised.
it's going to matter.
Wait, Carl, I can't understand you when you talk over me. It cuts out your mic. Go ahead.
Well, if they catch them cheating, your vote's going to matter. How is it that a vote didn't matter if Trump did win? And again, it could be SAP, could be fixed.
If they're all in on it together, that's just more proving my point. No, I said that then. Nothing was changed in general across the country. Hold on, Carl. Across the country in the United States, the entire country, there was nothing that was changed in voting. In some counties, yes. I don't even think there were entire states that made it so that all the mail-in ballots were canceled and they got rid of the voting machines. So nothing was changed in the real ways. Those are just two of the main facets of how voter fraud occurs. So how do we think that now our votes all of a sudden counted? Doesn't make sense to me.
Trump win if it wasn't all right. If they had it fixed, all right. How did Trump win?
Because he's part of their plan. He's part of the agenda. It's that plan. It's the back and forth.
All of it. I don't believe that. I'm sorry.
I
don't believe
so many people.
This is the problem. All right, let me just say this, and then I'll quit.
Many people
But I
are
don't
like
believe
you,
that
Carl.
there's no good guys. All right, I don't believe that there's no
I don't
good
believe
guys.
that there's no good guys. I think we're the good guys. I just don't think the good guys are the ones that make it into government.
Well, I think there's good guys in our military and in our government. And I think you're all
I think
gonna
there are
find
good
out
guys
about it.
in our military. Just like I think there are good guys in education. I think there are good guys in medicine, but there is also a ton of corruption, and the people at the top are the ones that actually know about the real plans and the real corruption. And probably the names we don't even see or know about, but otherwise it's all compartmentalized.
Oh man, this country wouldn't be as good as it is if there wasn't any good guys in there. All right, if evil was just left to run.
Carl, nobody's saying that there's not good guys. You're arguing with yourself. Nobody said that there's not good guys. I just don't think that Trump is one of them. I think when it comes to the presidents, they're selected, not elected. And like I said, if you look at Washington, Oregon, California, I've said this for years, Colorado, Illinois, New York, all of our elections are completely rigged, allegedly, because we have mail-in ballots in Washington, Oregon, Colorado. I think we're the first 3 states to have mail-in ballots, and now you cannot vote in person in Washington state. You can bring your mailed ballot. You can bring that in to a drop box, but you cannot vote in person.
So when all
There's
of these
no
crimes
signature. Hold on,
are,
Carl. There's no signature check. We have those are all also the sanctuary states. So they're pushing in all of these people who are undocumented, and they're not requiring any. There's no verification of signatures in Washington State. They have fully admitted now that it's on the honor system. So
right?
our
Okay,
votes haven't counted
I know
here for a
about whole
very
lot of
long
different
time.
stuff like that. But I got a question. If all of this is exposed and people are held accountable, are you still going to think that that Trump and his people are all still part of the system and corrupt as everybody else?
I had
Yeah.
hoped that when Trump came in, if he held like if he actually did what he said, what he ran on doing, if he exposed
He's
the
doing
Epstein
it.
no,
He
no, no, no.
is.
Hold on, Carl. No, if he exposed the Epstein files and there was accountability for them, if he admitted that he was wrong to push through warp speed and to push through this mRNA technology that was new and
Yeah,
novel,
but I'm not
and
talking about then. I'm talking about in the
I'm talking
future. If
about
all
that. I'm
this
talking
comes
about all of
clear,
that.
though,
Hold on,
that's not
Carl.
what the
If
question
he
was. That's not
if
the
he had
question.
held okay, so I thought you said if I saw
That's
accountability,
not the
if I would
question.
think he
If
was on the
he
right side of
does
things.
come clean, if it all comes out and it all comes clean, will you still think he's part of it?
No. If
Yes.
I saw accountability, I would not think that he was a part of it. But I have not
That
seen
was
any
the question.
accountability. In fact, it's gone the
Right.
other way. He actually is working to possibly pardon
Well,
Ghislaine Maxwell and got her the one person that was held accountable. He's gotten off the hook and is in now like a low minimal security because he made some kind of deal for whatever his purposes were. So it's
and
actually
here's
gone the
what
opposite way of accountability.
I just want to end this argument with this, all right? Because if I don't see that accountability, and I mean
Okay, so
soon,
what's the
I
cutoff?
expect
Yeah.
well, no, let me finish. Listen, this year I expect a lot of disclosure and a lot of fucking arrests. All right. They've exposed all the crime and the corruption, and we know about it all. They can't fucking get away with it. If we wouldn't get away with it. So if I don't see that, then I'm going to be right on the same boat you all folks are. But until then, I'm waiting. I'm waiting as patient as I can be to see
Okay,
this shit
so
go down.
okay, but what I'm hearing, and I've heard from a lot of people, and I'm not picking on you, Carl, and welcome up, Skull Asylum. Thanks for joining. Good to have you here.
Hey.
What I'm hearing is what I've heard from a lot of people, but those dates keep moving. I see a lot of
I'm
people,
not giving them a date.
especially people who follow QAnon, I'll say, which I'm not saying you
Yeah,
do,
but
Carl. I'm just saying along those lines, they keep saying trust the plan. I've heard them talk about the 10 days of darkness for 6 years. About
that's
10
not what
days
I'm
that
seeing though. That's not what I'm seeing. I'm not paying attention to any of that shit. What I'm seeing is the actual the stuff on 2020 is still there. It's still active and more of it's coming out. All right. There's a lot of stuff that seems to be coming to a head, and I could see it all working out and coming out at the same time. And that's what I expect now. I really can't see celebrating 250 years of this country without some fucking reality. All right. Because I think it's gonna something, it could be the false flag, something in between. It could be some nastiness too, because they would expect something to happen. I
right, Brew?
You can't keep saying people do things evil and wrong and corrupt and steal everybody's money and all this shit and nothing get done about it. How many corruption do you know about that hasn't been nobody's been held accountable for it?
All of it. How many trillions were lost by the Pentagon the day before 9/11?
Yes.
Yeah,
What
Donald
accountability?
Rumsfeld
No, hang on, Carl.
10
We
o'clock,
haven't.
I remember.
No, and I get where you're coming from, and I hope you're right. But experience shows me that we have no answers for Kennedy. We don't have answers for 9/11. It's gonna continue until we stop it, and if we wait for it to stop, it's never gonna stop.
No, and they will not hold
Yeah,
themselves accountable. They will
right.
take out the little ones that they don't care about. That's what you're
Right, they're
seeing.
scapegoats, exactly. The
Yes.
useful idiots, because I still think Trump and Biden proved that our president doesn't need to be anything more than a puppet. I mean, so what makes us think that Trump is anything more than that?
Because he's doing more than that.
Biden did plenty with his auto pen. and with the people that he allowed that were allowed to do things underneath him. Look at the mandates and all of that nonsense. That all happened. That was a plenty that was done under Biden. It was just things we didn't agree with. I'm not saying I don't agree with everything that Trump has done. I have seen some things that I agree with, but that's the way they play it. That's the way they work it, in my opinion.
I do agree that I used to think a president had more power until
Me too.
the first
Right.
term Trump had.
Yeah. Okay. Hold those thoughts, you guys. Skull, thank you so much for coming up. Claudio, we have not gotten to hear from you yet. Sorry, we kind of got into it and got rolling there. But Claudio, was there something that you wanted to share and kind of contribute about this? I want to give you a chance, and then we'll go to you, Skull, after that.
Well, thank you. I am a little lazy because there's a lot of tremors here.
There's a lot of tremors there. Is that what you said?
Like little earthquakes.
Oh, so okay. Well, stay safe. Just today, there's been a lot.
No, since the past two months.
Oh, gotcha. Has your area fared pretty well?
Come again?
Is your area faring pretty well even during the earthquakes? Or have you seen a lot of damage in your area?
To be totally honest with you, I'm hoping and I'm waiting for another big earthquake because I think is the best thing that could happen to all society now, because when human beings are experiencing an earthquake, doesn't matter if you are successful or a failure or rich or poor, we are experiencing the same fear. We are all scared in the same way. So I think I witnessed that in the 2010 8.8 earthquake, and I'm waiting for the next one because I think the people who will perish from the next shake will be evil people, evil agents. So I think it's like a cleaning. I fear for my mother because she gets so scared, but it's not all comfortable to be dizzy. But I think I was thinking about the cat of Carl, and I wanted to ask him.
Dude, I don't want the world to suffer. I don't want anybody to suffer. All right, I'm not going to endorse that.
But I understand I think I understand what you're saying, Claudio. That you're seeing like a silver lining that can come from tragedy or from things that bring people together.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything disappears because it's not there when you are scared under an earthquake. There's no politics, there's no economic, there's no war, there's nothing else more than fear and the instinct of survival. And I think that's good.
I'd rather not play God. I wouldn't even think those thoughts myself.
I appreciate what you have to share, though. I think it is good to look for a silver lining, and I'm a Christian, and so I believe that God can use all things for good. If I will say, what's happened over the last few years with Trump has definitely opened my eyes to a lot of reality. So there's a silver lining.
Maybe that's what my trouble is I've got too much hope for mankind and peace and love.
Okay, but hold on, Carl. But I am going to put you on the spot on this one. You're saying that if we don't think that Trump is on our side, then we don't have faith in humanity. That's not what I'm saying.
I didn't say that at all. I was just addressing what he said about hoping for an earthquake to teach a people a lesson, and that's just not. I could never think that way. I
I think
wouldn't,
he was
you know.
saying not to teach a
It
lesson, but
doesn't
to bring
matter.
people together.
If you think about it, it doesn't matter if you think about it or not. Yeah, it will
He's a magic
happen
guy.
or not.
Yeah.
So it's a very higher power
I
that
think of
doesn't
that old Coke
involve.
commercial, you know.
It's a higher power that doesn't involve religion or politics or anything. So it's not like being how do you say, the people that are always thinking about catastrophe. Is not like that. I think it would be a very positive shake for everybody.
I was watching The Outer Limits, and I didn't really grow up watching that. And in the first season, there were like 4 episodes that at least that had to do. I was surprised, and I don't know what year it was made, but you know, it's old black and white, like. But it was having to do with AI and with the computers spying. They had a computer called Orbit that could spy on anyone that was used by the government, and it was all about like these trials to see what had happened and exposing what the government was doing, you know, behind the rest of the government's back. And anyway, all these ideas have been around for a very long time, and to me it doesn't necessarily mean they were doing those things back then, but at the same time they probably were, you know. Like, I think these are very long-term goals and long-term plans that we're seeing play out. And I don't think we're at the end of the world, but I do think we're getting towards the end of those plans, you know, or at least the later stages of these long-term plans, you know, so things are getting more apparent. All right, Skull, I'm giving you the conch. If you know, you know.
Yeah, I didn't really have much to say. I just, as a listener, once in a while, I like to pop in and say hi, thank
Yes.
you.
I'm glad when you do.
It's nice to hear everybody. Uh, it's a little bit frustrating when, as a listener, when people are interrupting
Yeah.
another speaker for several reasons. Indy had kind of mentioned that it actually affects the audio quality and cuts the mics out to try to even it out. And so that's affecting, and then we can't really hear what was said. And another thing, you can't really listen and talk at the same time. So if you're interrupting someone, you weren't listening. They were still trying to say something. And I know there's delays with this internet world and everything, and so it's inevitable. It does happen, but
Right.
just, you know, it's good to just sit back and listen to everyone and really think about what you're going to say. And sometimes it can help if if you have a problem sometimes with speaking things a little faster, then you can mute your mic, and then you can talk all you want over people, but no one can hear you. And then when it's your turn to talk, you can unmute and say, hey, I think this is what I have to say. So that's kind of all I was thinking of when I joined, was that I just wanted to communicate that from the listener's perspective, because I've been listening tonight and
Right.
enjoying it.
Well, I am. Thank you, Skull, for coming up and for saying that. And yes, and it is. You know, I think what often happens, and I've said this before. I think a lot of us, including myself, are active listeners. It's called. So, like, I just did it. I caught myself doing it to you, and
Right,
as you
you're a
were
parent.
sharing, yeah, right. I say, yeah, yep. You know, like I say those things. Like, I'm listening to you. Yes, I hear you, and I just automatically do that. And a lot of us do that. And so when there's 6 to 10 to 3, whatever, of us up on panel and we're all doing that, it makes it really difficult to hear. But I know that's not also exactly what you're talking about, because it is really difficult when any person jumps in and speaks over someone else, because the first person's thought isn't heard and the second person's thought isn't heard.
Right.
Right.
Say real
And
quick,
just
Indy.
when a guy takes a breath doesn't mean he's done talking. It's also like the military says, over. You know, sometimes.
Good
So
night,
real quick,
Shelley.
Indy.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to say hi to Skull Asylum. It's great to hear your voice.
Hey, Algo, how you been, man?
You know, I've years and years ago I found you and I met some cool people there, and I don't get back there enough, but you always keep doing what you do, and it's great. And I went over and I typed into Rumble that if you're not in Skull's Place, you should be.
Right.
And
I was
I
just going to
shouldn't.
say that, Algo. Can I interrupt you for a second? Because I want to give this plug for YouTube. I never share, and I want to say this to you, Skull. I never share your link. You're like one of the everybody knows I share everybody's links with a few
You don't need
exceptions for
to.
other
It's all right.
reasons. Well, yeah. But Skull, the reason I don't is because and this is the one, like, I will only do it when you come up, and you've only come up one other time. So if you're in chat, you're the lucky ones. Grab that link because Skull has an amazing community. And that's part of why I don't share the link, because I like that it's a very close-knit group. And you really do a service for people, Skull, and I hope that you know how much what you do is appreciated. Skull shares movies, he shares songs, he shares, just he plays like it's great, like old classics and fun cartoons, and he takes requests sometimes and for future videos and things, and it's just a great place to go and be. And none of you better go over there and start shit because that's not what Skull's channel is about. And I think everyone there protects your channel, Skull, because we have so much love for you and for the place you provide. So
And
thank you for that.
I got to tell you, you stole my thunder.
I know, because I was like, no, I'm going to say it before you say it. I'll go. I get to say it.
I was just gonna say that it's the hidey hole of the internet where
It is.
In my defense, though, I'd never start shit with anybody.
No, you just don't.
So
let 'em
go
finish,
and
but,
make yourself known, Carl.
No, I love you, Carl. But yeah, it was a reprieve. It is a reprieve, and I'm not sure exactly where you came up with it or what's going on in your motivation. Maybe it is that, but it's a reprieve where you can meet decent people, have great conversations. You can watch Johnny Quest that you forgot you liked, and just a lot of great stuff.
Yeah.
And Bandit was good. If you know Johnny Quest, but so I'm really, Skull, I'm thankful that I got to hear hear your voice. I do respect and appreciate what you had to say. And again, please don't go there and wreck it because it's great.
Right.
I mean, if you really want to see good episodes, uncut and shit, all of them, you want to go to kisscartoon.com and get this shit for free.
Yeah, there's a lot of great sources out there for those. What's it called when the copyrights run out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't ever download nothing. I stream stuff from other countries, and then there's no breaking the law or nothing,
Right.
Every
Yeah,
Saturday
okay, fair enough,
morning,
then.
I sit down and watch cartoons in my blanket fort with my bowl of Captain Crunch. You think I'm kidding? I'm not.
I'm all for the blanket fort, so I'll pass on the Captain Crunch and go for something without the GMOs, but just saying. No, that's great. And that vibe, that blanket fort cereal cartoons vibe, that's Skull Asylum's channel. So you guys are the lucky ones. Go
When
sum
the
up.
sun rays are coming in on you,
Right.
Yeah, anybody's welcome.
Thank you for the links you're putting back there, Claudio.
But behave if
I
you
don't
go
even
there.
sound old enough to even know who Johnny Quest is, man.
Johnny Quest, yeah,
Great.
that's one of the greatest cartoons of all time.
Yeah, but how do you young folks even know about that? Or you ever heard of, I know you probably heard of Speed Racer, right?
Of course.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah. I
he's
play
showed
Speed
Speed
Racer on
Racer
my
a
channel.
lot.
Okay, but here's a question. Who else? He had a half an hour. Who was the other half hour? It was both a Japanese anime that was released in the mid-'60s, but who else was the other half hour? Nobody remembers this. I don't know why.
I'm not sure.
It was
Thank you.
another anime.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was Kimba the White Lion, and nobody remembers it.
I think I remember Kimba. She had blue eyes.
Kimba
I
the
think
White Lion.
I think I remember
Nice.
Kimba, but I would have
I
been
might even have a
replays
disc
for
of
sure.
Kimba around here. I'll have to see if I can dig it out and upload it.
There you go. Perfect.
So you clearly have fans here, Skull. I hope you probably knew that before, but if you don't, you know it now.
Oh yeah. I've seen several people from Indy's chat that'll pop in once in a while.
It's been interesting to me to see like who I see in other communities, and I'm like, oh, that I met you at Skulls. Like, there's just so much of an overlap. It's kind of funny. I mean, even before, like I said, I don't really share out your channel, so
Yeah.
it's coincidental when it happens for the most part.
Right.
I've shared you out with a couple people, but I'm saying, keep it secret, keep it safe.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, that's kind of the reason why I ever did it, if that's what you guys were alluding to. I just basically for requests that friends have asked me to do it. I don't make any money.
I think it's good stuff. I speak of this pretty often. It's what pretty much keeps me sane is I have to maintain a balance. All right. If I go and see horrible news stories, pay attention to a podcast for a couple hours, hear nothing but bad news and, what I used to call depression at 11,
Right.
I have to counter that. I have to go watch an episode of Flipper or Lassie or something with a happy fucking ending. All right. Something that doesn't make me think that the world is evil. The good guys fucking win. That kind of scenario. I got to see something to, I do. And I've maintained this for quite a while. It seems to be working.
Yeah.
That's why I go down country roads and do videos and go to places and video what's going on in real life.
That's easier to do in this kind of weather, Bonnie. I agree. I've been doing a lot of that myself.
Yeah. That's my escape into reality.
I'm jonesing for about a month in nature, completely alone in the middle of fucking nowhere, as far away from people as I can get. That's what I need. I haven't had a vacation in 10 years, and I'm looking forward to just what I said.
Well, and now you got the wheels to do it, so good job.
Yeah, I'm excited for you. And I'm excited to see. I hope you will, share along the way.
No, I will. I've been planning on it. I'm where I'm probably going first. There ain't gonna be no internet service, so I have to do videos and wait till I get closer to civilization to do it. But yeah, I've got, I want to show off my kit. It's not just the truck. All right, the truck is like the main part. Then I've got a full main camp. I made a 17 and a half by 17 and a half by 10 foot tall tent with a wood stove, and I got tables and beds and mosquito netting, and it's just decked out. It's a house. All right, and then I've got smaller tents on down. I got about 6 custom tents I make, and I've got I got everything I need to live, indefinitely. So I got a lot to show off if I set it all up, and that's what I want to do. I want to do a lot of videos on gear and stuff, Indy, because I've got tons of it.
Yeah, that's great.
You better have
all right,
little
you
tents
guys.
for those cats.
Go ahead.
Oh, I said you better have little tents for those kittens.
He's got a whole van for those kittens, I have a feeling.
Well, they've already discovered the whoopee, or what you call a poncho liner. All right, they already know what that's about.
Careful, those little claws though are like little razor blades,
Yep.
Claudio, thank you for those links backstage, and thank you again for coming up. It was good to have you here. I am going to do a backstage for a little while tonight, probably not super late tonight. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Who knows? That's what will really happen. But I'll put the link in the comments on both streams. We're not ending quite yet, but I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. And I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a couple of just really short videos. And like we were saying, we're not trying to be doom and gloom while we're paying attention to all these things that are going on around us and in our lives. But I just wanted to end with a couple of kind of encouraging videos, and then we'll come back for final thoughts from panel, and then a final song to kind of close things out before we head backstage. Thanks again to everybody who's been here tonight. It's been a really great night with music and with conversation. Thanks for rolling with things and having the late start and everything too. Appreciate that. Okay. Two really quick, they're like minute-long shorts or 2-minute shorts. This one is by Vibey247. Here we go.
This is so beautiful. Check this out.
God showed you this for a reason. He really wants to show you this and tell you this. You see this video right here? I'm gonna play this video while I read this verse. You don't understand what I am doing now, but someday you will. All right, and now I'm gonna bring it back to the video. So you see that seed they put in the soil? That might be you right now. You're in the soil and you feel like you're in the dark. You feel like nothing's happening. It looks like it's over. You're looking up to God like, God, why is this happening to me? Why does it feel like you buried me? But no, God did not bury you. He planted you. It's not happening to you, it's happening for you, because watch this. Then the seed starts growing down, and you might be in this season right now where things are getting worse. But that's what God does, man. He takes you deeper before he takes you higher. Think about Joseph. God gave Joseph a dream, but then what happened next? Joseph gets thrown into a pit, then sold to Egypt, lied about, put into prison for something he didn't even do. And that's because God refines you in private before he reveals you in public. God's not looking for someone to bless, he's looking for someone to trust. And he doesn't just trust you with the blessings, he trusts you with the breaking. Before Jesus multiplied the bread, he broke it. Sometimes God has to break you before he blesses you. But then look at this. The seed starts growing up. It starts breaking out. This is the breakthrough right here. And this is what you've been praying for. This is what you've been waiting on God for. And you're like, God, when am I going to get to experience this right here? The breakthrough that I've been hoping and praying for. Well, the Bible says at just the right time, you will reap a harvest of blessing if you do not give up. And that's what will happen if you just keep going and you don't give up. You might be a seed right now. You might be planted in the soil and it might feel really dark right now. But God does some of his best work in the dark. Just look at the seed in the soil. Look at a baby in the womb. Look at Jesus in the tomb. Look at Joseph in the pit. Look at Daniel in the lion's den. God didn't create the sun until day 4. That means for the first 3 days of creation, he was working in complete darkness. That tells me that God works just as good in the dark as he does in the light. God doesn't need the light because he is the light. And just because you can't see what God is doing doesn't mean he's not doing anything. And to bring it back to the verse we read, what did it say? You don't understand what I'm doing now, but someday you will. Life can only be lived going forwards, but it can only be understood looking backwards. And one day you're going to look back at this season of life and thank God that you were in the soil, that it was dark, that you had to grow down, that he made things uncomfortable for you, because every delay, every detour, every disappointment was all a part of God's perfect plan for your life, to shape you, to mold you, and to get you to where he wanted you to go all along. God has such a beautiful, amazing plan for you, and one day you're going to see, all right? Can I get an A? Man.
To anyone finding it difficult to push through, I want you to remember this beautiful quote that says, when there is life, there is hope.
Love that one. When there's life, there's hope. There's always hope. We're not done yet. All right, here's one more quick video just like that, or along the same lines.
This is why you should always listen to the Holy Spirit.
A year ago, the Lord asked me to put $526 in the glove compartment of my car. I didn't understand at first, but I did it anyway. I've been praying over that amount for the past year, and eventually I started to lose hope. Kind of thought that maybe I made it up in my head. Last Wednesday, I was at my church's prayer and worship service. I was praying a lot that the Lord increased my faith, that he would assure me that what he said he's going to do, he's going to do. My pastor asked me if I could take somebody home, which was unusual because I never had driven somebody home before. As me and this girl are driving, we're talking about our testimonies. We're talking about the goodness of God and how he's shown up for us. She had experience with addiction, homelessness, jail time, and eventually found her way back to the Lord. She explained that lately she's depending on the Lord as her provider because a rent payment was coming up in 3 days and she did not have the cash to make it. Earlier in the conversation, she had mentioned that her total rent was around $850. So I followed up with another question just saying, oh, is it the full $850 that you owe? She said, no, it's around $520 something. She continued on to tell me that she was really close with her landlord. She didn't think they were going to kick her out. All these excuses of how she thought God was going to show up and provide in the situation, but she definitely did not expect me to pull out the exact amount from my glove box. I pulled the money out and she just burst into tears. I told her I put this money in my glove box a year ago because even though I didn't understand what I was doing, the Lord was preparing a way for you a year in advance. The Lord will go to any extent for those that love him. And for those that don't know him yet, he'll keep running after them until they.
All right. That one reminded me of a story, experiences I've had in my own life, but also it reminded me of a story that I heard a while back I think it was in like Reader's Digest or something along those lines. But it was this person who was in the congregation at the church. And for weeks, she kept, I think it was a female, she kept saying or thinking like, she kept feeling this urge that she should go do a cartwheel across the stage. And she was like, what is wrong with me? You know what I mean? Like, that's not normal. Why do I keep feeling this like urge? Like, this is ridiculous. And it was weeks that she like was talking herself obviously out of doing it. She was like, you're being crazy. Like, you're not going to do a cartwheel across the stage. And finally it got to a point that it was so overwhelming that she was like, okay, like I really feel like God is telling me I'm supposed to do this and I don't understand it, but I'm just going to do it. I'm going to like, at least I'll be done with it then and get it out of the way. So she went and she'd asked the staff at the church if she could do it. And they were like, if you feel like you need to do it, do it. So she went and she did a cartwheel across the stage. And a person in the congregation came up to her after and said that it was their first time that they had been to church in a really long time. They were really down and depressed. They weren't doing well. And they were there. They weren't someone that really even necessarily believed in God. And they went to seek help. They were at their wits' end. And they went and they they were praying and said, if you're real, God, I want somebody to come do a cartwheel across the stage. And it was right at that moment that she went and did the cartwheel. And I have goosebumps
Wow.
talking about it because that's God's timing. You know what I mean? Like it took he knew how long it would take for those weeks to build that one person up to the point that she would finally be like, fine, God, I'm just going to go do a freaking cartwheel and be the crazy one. Right at the moment when that person was praying and said, if you're real, God, have somebody do a cartwheel across the stage. I mean, and I've seen God's timing in my life in those ways. And I pray that everyone has some experience like that, where either you're told to do a cartwheel and you do the freaking cartwheel and find out why, or you're in that position where you're at your wit's end and you're crying out to God and he answers you in a big way. So
Yeah.
there's a good message of hope. That is my kind of final thought for tonight. But I want to open it up to the rest of the panel real quick. We'll go around. And if you have any closing thoughts about whatever you want to say for the next couple minutes, we will kind of wrap things up. And then I'll share a song before we go backstage. I'll start with you.
Okay. I want to say thank you, Indy. As a person that creates content and tries to do my best, it's challenging. I never know if I'm going to say the right thing or present the right thing, and it gets wearisome and it's heavy. But when I heard Alex Lowry say that he loves your stream because he gets to do things and practice things that he's going to go out and do later that he could never do, that reminded me of the impact you have on everybody. So kudos to you. Thank you for your efforts. Everybody
Thanks,
that
Elwood.
joins, yeah, for sure. But everybody that joins in panel, joins on chat, shares it out. We have an energy that even like brothers and sisters don't always get along, but they love each other.
Right.
And we have an energy in this place that you've created that resonates out and has affected so many people that I know, not only personally in analog life, but digitally. And so I just hope that everybody who's listening can understand what it, for one, takes to do this, and secondly, how impactful it is. So be good
thanks
to
for
each other. Oh,
being
sorry.
here. And I was just going to say, thanks for being here and being a part of it, Algo. And thanks for your help sharing videos and stuff on the nights when Brian can't. So I appreciate that too. And even at the beginning, you were like, yeah, I'll jump up real quick at the beginning and do it. And I really appreciate that. I do.
You're welcome. Okay, so be kind to each other out there. Cut each other some slack. This place is really hard right now. We're doing our best. We're going to come up short. And that's all I can say.
Really quickly, you are streaming the interview with 15th tomorrow. Is that right?
That is true. It's set for 11 o'clock Eastern. 15th and I had the chance to talk. It's a couple hours long, but there are some things that I had learned about 15th that I wouldn't have learned otherwise. And he's happy to share himself. And we play some of his songs, and we had some laughs, and we got into some deep topics. And it's set as a premiere on YouTube and Rumble. I will not be there because I'll be on the road. But I kind of hope you go listen and learn something about 15, subscribe to his stuff, support independent artists and independent creators. And then next week when I'm back, you can yell at me if I did it wrong.
I'm sure it'll be great. I loved your conversation with David Joshua as well, and I'm looking forward to this. It'll be great. Plus, I love 15th, too. So it'll be good. All right. Thanks so much, Algo. All right. Carl, we'll go to you next. Final thoughts for tonight?
All I got is that first video made me think of a story that I cannot recite word for word, so I'll just give you kind of the idea. This guy, he's walking down a trail and he comes to a Y in the trail, and he takes the right side. It's a rough journey. He trips on a log or whatever, gets bit up by mosquitoes and runs into poison ivy. And by the time he's at the end of that trail, he's like, God, why did you put me through all that? He's blaming God. And, he's lucky enough, I guess, that God tells him, well, because the other way, if you would have went that way, there was a grizzly bear waiting to kill you.
Right.
So it's like, no matter how bad or hard this shit feels, you fucking made it, and that's the way I see it. I don't even know why I'm still here. I didn't expect to live past 20, and now I'm over 3 times that shit and kind of bewildered. It's like a free guy, it's like, free time or something to me. But it's like, I feel like everything went the way it's supposed to, and I don't regret anything, and I wouldn't do it any different, and I wouldn't take a time machine anywhere because I'd probably fuck it up worse. I barely made it here, man. So I don't know. That's the way I see it. It could always be worse. Read Job.
Yeah. Yeah. And how great, though, to think about, all the times that we've been saved from things we don't even realize, Oh, that's great. Okay, Bonnie, closing thoughts?
Definitely speak to your creator, whoever you believe he is. I don't think, just stand strong. I don't understand why our country's not doing what all the other countries are doing in standing up, but maybe it's because a lot of people do believe that things are going okay, and that's okay too. Just be safe out there, keep your head up, find something beautiful for the day.
I like that.
And thank you, Indy.
Yeah. And I do, by the way, I do like that you're sharing some of those moments of beauty, I think it's good for people to see.
Yeah.
All right, Skull. Thanks again for coming up. I know it's a rarity, and I'm always glad when you're here.
Yeah, I don't really have too much to offer. Just it is nice to listen, and there's a lot of people listening. So even people who aren't chatting and things like that. So thank you for giving us something to listen to.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, I think I got all the links out there. Thanks again to everybody who's been here throughout the night. Thank you to Bran for sharing videos at the beginning of the stream for the first half, and Algo for sharing videos for the second half. Thank you to all of my mods who were slinging links and keeping things locked down. We don't need much of that here, but appreciate it on YouTube and on Rumble. And thanks to everybody who's been here and been a part of it tonight. I have so much love for all of you, and I'm just really glad to know so many amazing people who are trying to, keep an even keel while we're maneuvering life right now. And I know that, I get a lot from each and every one of you of just, laughter, insight, comedy, you know what I mean? Like, just there's a lot of grace that comes from a lot of you, and I'm just glad to know so many of you and that we can be in this together. I do think that fellowship is important, and that's kind of how I see things here. So much love to each and every one of you. We're going to end things here with the final song. And this is by an artist that I heard over on 15th Bend stream. And she just has a really good vibe. I really like this song. I thought it was a lot of fun. So this is Sultana, Spiritually, or Spiritually Savage. And we're going to go ahead and wrap things up after this. I'll just end at the end of the song, but I will put the link to come join through StreamYard, the backstage. It's pinned in both chats. I'll put it on a comment on both videos. And if you decide you want to come and join us, everyone is welcome. Even if I've never seen you, even if you're one of those lurkers out there that matters, who's listening and isn't in chat, and I've never seen your name before, if you want to come backstage, when we're backstage, you can come backstage. You don't have to show your face. You don't have to unmute your mic. You can be in the chat backstage, just like chat on YouTube, or you can if you want to. And it's just a great way to get to know people a little bit better and see some people that you wouldn't see up on panels. So we'll be doing that again on Friday at the Backstage Speakeasy, hopefully watching Disclosure Day and Michael. And if not, then we'll have some other great movies and always amazing conversation. All right. Much love to each and every one of you. God bless. Have a great week. And here is Sultana, Spiritually Savage.
I'm feeling wide awake, in fact I'm lucid. I got a lot to say and I'm gonna put it in my music. I've always seen myself on stage with my name in lights. I used to hide, now I rise and show up for my tribe. I've always been the girl that felt the weight of this world, but that pressure is priceless. I made of diamonds and pearls. Making millions is quite easy, cause I know just what my gift is. My sole mission is to lead and take the path of least resistance. I'm a trippy hippie lady that cusses a lot, smokes pie and collects pretty rocks. And I don't really give a fuck if you like me or not. I'm protecting my peace all the way to the top. I'm a trippy hippie lady that cusses a lot, smokes pie and collects pretty rocks. And I don't really give a fuck if you like me or not. I'm protecting my peace all the way to the top. Now I'm not one to dream about Gucci, Louis, Prada, or Balenciaga. All that shit me nada. I'm a starseed goddess existence. My motto's free to tatas. Respect to the holy Pachamama while I'm smoking on the Zaza. I read like Rasta. Pull up to the function, I'm surrounded by paparazzi. And I'm feeling for my WhatsApp. Because I am a rock star, trippy little rock star. And my vibe aligns your chakras. Cause I'm a trippy little rock star, trippy little rock star. And my vibe aligns your chakras. I'm a trippy hippie lady that cusses a lot, smokes pie and collects pretty rocks. And I don't really give a fuck if you like me or not. I'm protecting my peace all the way to the top. I wake, side, bake, side, don't fuck with the fakes. Every day is my birthday, the way he eats the cake. I wake, side, bake, side, don't fuck with the fakes. Every day is his birthday, the way he eats the cake, 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 cake. You know we stay late, 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 late. You know we rep that A, 804 111 222 333 444 555 666.